was pregnant with my first child in 2001, right before my due date. I was obviously really pregnant. I went shopping at Walmart. I started to notice this woman on every aisle that I went. I would guess she was in her mid-30s. When I went to the baby section to look at clothes, she started asking me questions. At first they were common, like about the gender. Then the questions started getting strange. Was I married? Did we have a house or an apartment? She asked about my accent. I'm from Michigan and was stationed in Florida. She was curious if we had anyone in the area visiting for the birth. It was just kind of odd. I was young, 20, but I was married and my husband and I were both active duty, living off base in a rental house. I told her yes, we were excited and to have a good rest of her day. She then started actually following me, telling me her husband was outside the store and they could help me take my groceries to my house. And that's when I got really nervous. I told her I was fine, thanks, that my husband was home and could help me. She told me that they had a big truck and that she could buy me a large baby item. I politely declined, and she was so insistent, becoming aggressive. She then offered to buy my husband a grill since we didn't need any baby things. I was getting panicky at this point because I knew this lady was not right. I went to check out, so did she. She got out before me and I watched her race walk out of the store, and sure enough, her and her husband were pulled up alongside the curb at the front near the pop machines. They were in a beat-up old yellow box truck. Husband rolls down the window and says, "We'd be happy to help you with that." I again declined and went to my car. I loaded everything up and watched for a minute. They didn't move, just watched me. As soon as I pulled out, they did too. I hauled ass out of there. They were only behind me for a minute or two. I still drove around crying for about 30 minutes, just to make sure they were long gone before I had to pee and needed to go home. I'm now 44, and that was the first and one of just a few times that I felt that level of fear in my life. I was about 10 when my family was staying at a cabin in the mountains in the winter. It was a snowy night and my parents, aunt and uncle had gone to their bedrooms to sleep. My siblings and cousins and I were sleeping in the living room. At some point, I awakened by a chilly draft. When I opened my eyes, I saw the front door was slightly cracked and there was a man making eye contact with me. In the middle of the night, in the freezing cold, on the deck of a cabin that was way up in the mountains, far removed from town. I screamed for my dad. The man disappeared into the darkness. My dad quickly came into the living room, turned on the porch lights. The man was just standing in the driveway, silently looking back at us. He claimed he was just looking for a drink of water. I worked in a library during grad school, and this man came into my section asking to use some older technology that we still had available. It was right after opening one morning, and I was the only one available to teach him how to use the machines. He was there almost every day, and if I wasn't working that day, he would leave. He figured out my schedule, that I worked as soon as the library opened on certain days. When I was there, he would have many questions and difficulties with the machines. One morning when I was supposed to be at work but had an engagement that made me about 30 minutes late, he discovered my large male coworker instead. He'd spent the night hidden in the bathroom by my station and hadn't left all night so that the motion detectors wouldn't go off. He had also taken a bath in the bathroom. The police were called, and when I arrived, he was being led to a police car screaming for me. Needless to say, he was banned from ever entering the library again. I also never worked alone again. Alone meaning in my section on my floor, because it's a massive library. I was always scheduled with a male coworker, and another administrator for openings. I used to work at Mejir in the deli. A customer came up and asked for my opinion. I recommended all the things I liked and was just super friendly. I guess he ended up calling the store that night asking for me. The other girl I was working with didn't even offer the phone to me, just told him I'd left. Thank God. He came back the next day and started asking personal questions to me. I was very vague and then started helping other customers. He left, came back the next day. I had to get management involved. He was standing, like behind a pole, just watching me. I had to be walked to my car every night for about a month. I'd call my boyfriend at the time, who's now my husband, every night on my way home. And I lived in an apartment building with another coworker whose husband would literally walk me to the door. I still feel like he's watching sometimes, and this was over 4 years ago. My therapist gave me a list of suggestions for how to cope with my recent trauma. The least painful recommendations included sharing my stories with a support group and journaling. So it seemed like Reddit was a good place to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A few weeks ago, I almost died. It wasn't an accident or a random attack. It was a planned attack to end my life. For context, I'm a 27-year-old female who lives alone in a quiet suburban neighborhood. And my parents were killed by drunk drivers last year. Neither of them had siblings, and all of my grandparents have already passed away, so my brother is the only family that I have left in the world. I'm also an asexual lesbian, which means normal relationships are pretty much off the table. It probably sounds easier to find a female partner with no interest in sex than it would be to find a male, but it's really not. I won't dive into all the heartache this issue has caused me over the years. I'll just say that sometimes the loneliness is unbearable. Being an introvert who wants nothing to do with society isn't the same thing as wanting to spend your life completely alone. It's just hard to find someone who shares the same sentiments. In fact, dating apps with brutally honest profiles are just about the only hope, and that's how all of this started. You're probably thinking I met a crazy chick who tried to kill me. It's far more complicated than that. I decided to try Bumble because it has a feature that requires the women to initiate contact, which eliminates a lot of creepy interactions. Within the first few days of using it, I started talking to a woman named Beth. She was 2 years younger than myself, introverted, and asexual. In other words, she already seemed too good to be true. I have trust issues in general, but the more we talked, the more it seemed like we were destined to find each other. Sometimes it felt like we had everything in common. If she hadn't said most of her interests first, I wouldn't have believed her. Over the next 4 weeks, we talked more and more, until the hours spent working and sleeping were the only times we weren't in contact. I wanted to graduate to FaceTime or at least phone calls, but Beth always shot the idea down. She had a list of insecure complexes. And since I have a hefty list of my own insecurities, I chose not to pressure her. The only thing I really cared about at that point was meeting her in person. We lived an hour apart. Neither of us wanted to add the stress of being in public on top of the stress that comes with a first date. Unfortunately, women are just as vulnerable to gender bias as men. Simply because I believed she was a woman, I felt completely safe agreeing to make a drive to her home. I worried that she might not look exactly like her picture, but I never even considered her entire profile might be a catfish. Her address took me through the city and out the other side to a rural area with several acres of land between each house. The GPS led me straight down a long driveway to an older home hidden away by tall trees and bushes. Once parked, I texted Beth to let her know I was there, and she immediately replied, "I ran to the store for a bottle of wine, but the door's unlocked. Make yourself at home. I'll be right back." I didn't like that. There's always that twinge of paranoia when you're at the wrong place when visiting a new home for the first time. I thought about staying outside, but I'll admit, curiosity got the better of me. I opened the door and began to stick my head inside when I was blasted with the musty, rotten smell of a moldy house, one that had been vacant for years. It reeked of urine, like the former owners kept several pets, but there was also the smell of something rotten, like something had crawled into the walls and died. My first thought was that I came to the wrong house after all, that Beth must have typed the wrong numbers or backwards or something. As I reached to pull out my phone, I caught a glimpse of movement through the crack in the door. The side with the hinges. It was truly a miracle I managed not to scream, but I could just make out someone's eye staring at me through the crack. They were hiding behind the door, waiting to grab me when I stepped inside, and I'd been so close to doing just that. The person didn't make any moves to indicate that they were aware of being spotted, so I proceeded to take out my phone as if checking the time. I needed to get out of there. But I was afraid of being chased if they thought that I was leaving. Instead, I went to the door once more, but stopped at the last second saying, "Shoot, forgot my drink." Then, as casually as possible, I walked back to my car, locked myself inside, and punched the gas. I had to turn around before I could go, and as I put the car into drive, I saw a man charging at me with a baseball bat. He was only a few feet away. When I finally got pointed in the right direction, he had time to shatter one of my taillights as I sped away. But I call that an extremely small price to pay, considering what could have happened out there. I drove straight to the police station and told them everything. I showed them all of my messages from Beth, along with the busted taillight, and they opened an investigation. The whole time I assumed the man who tried to kill me was just some deranged serial killer that I was unfortunate enough to cross paths with. But that wasn't the case. Police arrested the man who attacked me a few days later. He was hiding in the same area, just a different empty house, probably one with a better smell. When they ran his prints and DNA, there were several matches for unsolved murder cases all over the country. They had enough on him to warrant seeking the death penalty, so he was eager to make a deal. As it turns out, he was a hitman. My brother created Beth's profile, cultivated a relationship with me, and hired a hitman so he could have my half of the inheritance. According to him, it's all wasted with me because I'll never do anything with my life. And maybe he's not wrong, but that doesn't give him the right to kill me. There used to be a homeless man I'd always see on my way into work. I'm on the road near 5 a.m., and right off exiting the freeway, he'd be walking down the first crosswalk I'd get to. After the first few times of having to wait for this old man in his shopping cart to cross the road, he became a familiar staple in my mornings. He started to notice me too. I'm usually one of the only cars on the road that early. He'd start to wave, and I'd wave back. These encounters weren't intentional, and he never asked for money. I wouldn't see him literally every day, probably 3 or 4 days a week. Some days he'd be way past the crosswalk, and I'd give him a tiny honk so we could share our otherwise silent greeting. One morning, I was getting off the freeway, rolling through the crosswalk and heading towards work, and I noticed at the gas station a few hundred yards away, my guy, he's getting walloped by 2 other men. I quickly make a U-turn and start honking my horn as I pull into the station parking lot, hoping to scare off his attackers. It works. When I park, they run. I jump out and I help my guy off the ground. And by the time he's to his feet, the cops arrive and grab him out of my hands, slamming him back on the ground and pulling out their handcuffs. The worker at the gas station comes out front explaining to the officers that the man they've got was the one who tried to stop the robbery. They tell her to go back inside, then ask how I'm associated with the man before directing me to return to my car. As I slowly back away towards my car, the homeless man starts screaming and fighting the cops when they put the handcuffs on him. He starts banging his head on the concrete. The thud of the strikes are so loud, it's nauseating to watch such little regard he had for his safety. 2 of the cops are wrestling with him, while another stands by his shopping cart. I'm still standing outside my car door, frozen, watching the scene unfolding in front of me. The officer by the shopping cart turns and scopes out the big blue tarp being utilized as an umbrella shell, wrapping the cart like a small parachute-looking lid. Seeing that it's going to be more work than it's worth to untie and unwrap this tarp from the shopping cart, the officer takes out a small tactical knife from his belt, cuts the bungee cord keeping the tarp down. The cord snaps with the release of pressure, and the tarp is ripped to the ground. It reveals a decomposing body. This is a sight I'll never be able to unsee. I wish I would have listened to the cops and just drove away. They obviously knew who they had when they saw him. It gives me the willies to think that there was a dead body in that cart every time he'd pass my car. During my sophomore year of college, I moved to an apartment. It was a small private development with about 20 ground-level apartments lying down both sides of the street to a cul-de-sac. We paid the owner by mail, and the only other employee was a maintenance guy named Roy. Roy would often be around doing odd chores, cutting the grass or taking care of the pool. He was friendly and often engaged residents in conversation, just small talk. The first time I got creeped out was when we were planning a keg party at the apartment. It was coming up Friday night. Roy was out by the pool earlier in the week and struck up conversation. He made a comment. "If you're going to throw a party, make sure you don't throw a bunch of trash around the pool so I have to clean it up." I figured one of the invited guests had run their mouth and thought nothing of it. It bothered me, though, that he knew something, but he seemed cool about it. One night we were wrestling and accidentally put a foot through the plaster. It left a big 6-inch hole in the wall by the bathroom. Luckily, we had a friend that could come patch it up so we wouldn't have to bother maintenance. I was taking the garbage down and I saw Roy. He started talking and said, "You need to get that hole fixed? I can come and do it." "What hole?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "The one you knocked in the wall while horseplaying," he said. I was livid. One of my roommates had snitched us out. I told him to come by any time. I even agreed to pay him $40 for fixing it. My roommates all denied telling him. I knew that someone had because he knew about the hole. We all started comparing stories, and we discovered that Roy had caused similar weird what-the-hell moments among all of us. One guy related how he knew his sister's name, though she had never been there to visit. Another said that he had asked him about a particular brand of CD player that apparently he'd been using, but Roy knew that before he had even figured it out. He went back to his apartment and looked and just thought that was kind of weird. One day, as I was sitting on the toilet, I got an eerie feeling like I was being watched. I looked up at the cover where the fan had been, the one that had never worked since we moved in, and through the grill slates, I saw a set of eyes looking back at me. I blinked in disbelief, and they were gone. I finished up and went outside, to the attic access point. Roy met me as I was walking around the building. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Fine," I said. I knew he was the culprit. I didn't know what to say. I figured it was my word against his. I didn't say a word. I went back to my apartment and told my roommates. We covered the vents with a piece of cardboard. A couple days had passed and I saw Roy leaving the apartments. I got my roommate and we raced around the attic entrance. I wanted to see how much he could see. Upon entering, I found an elaborate plank walking board that took you all over the attic. All of our apartments were connected. I could go in any direction. and there was a place to spy on the apartment below. I quickly realized that no one's fans worked because they'd all been removed. I worked in a pizza delivery place when I was young and wanted quick money. One afternoon, close to evening in the spring, just before 6 p.m., I was on the phone taking an order. A stocky man of medium build strode into the store and walked behind the counter. He took the phone out of my hand and slammed it. Things happened quickly. Astonished, I got ready to say, "Hey." Before I could say so, I saw the gun, the guy, and his stern, angry, determined face. And then, just for a brief instance, I looked into his eyes, and he looked into mine. Using instincts I cannot explain, I instantly saw his humanity. I recognized that he was scared, and importantly, understood that he wasn't crazy, not high on some mind-altering drug. He was all there, rational, calculating, and just as scared as I was. I can't tell you how I knew that, and how I knew it so quickly, but I knew, and it made me less scared because, again, I do not know how I knew this. I just knew. He wanted to get this money and get out of here. That entire thought process took less than 3 seconds. That's when you decide to take action, and if so, what type of action? And in that moment, again, on instinct, it seemed to be a clear choice between confrontation and cooperation. And so I instantly calculated the best way to get out of there alive, and it was to cooperate. He just wants to get out of there, and the quickest way to get him out of here without a gunshot is to not threaten him and to just give him the money and let him leave. That was my thought. All that happened in a split second. Even retelling the story now, I can still see this guy's face in my mind's eye. And I can still feel that sense of he's not crazy. It happened decades ago, but it doesn't feel like it. He shouted something about money. Only the manager had a key to the money drawer. I slowly, with no sudden motions, backed away and sat on the floor about 5 feet away with the other employee. She happened to be the girlfriend of the manager, and she started crying. I watched him and the manager shaking and bumbling, took out his keys and opened the drawer, and the guy collected all of the cash. It was early in the day, so it couldn't have been more than a couple $100. I don't remember the details any longer. Did he put the cash in his pockets? Did any fall out? I just know that he strode around the counter and out the door and walked away. The entire robbery took less than a minute. When we described him to the police, I drew a little picture. They reacted by speculating about who they thought it was. They seemed to know the guy. Thinking back on it, it wasn't a situation that made sense to confront him, so I probably wouldn't change my behavior. No idea if the same tactics would work today, but I'm just glad they did then.
When I was a sophomore in high school, I fell into a puppy love-like relationship with a quiet, shy guy. He wasn't the kind of boy to stand out in a crowd, always hanging back, his gaze down, as if the world around him was just too loud. We went to the football homecoming dance together, part of a double date, and that night left an impression on me for more reasons than just the event. Throughout the evening, he kept putting his hands on me, casually at first, the normal level, but there was this persistence behind it. He wasn't violent or angry, and I never felt afraid, but he just wouldn't stop. Every time I tried to pull away or say no, he acted like he didn't hear me, like his actions were innocent enough to ignore any boundaries. At the time, I brushed it off as teenage awkwardness. After all, what's high school without a little clumsiness? 4 years later, that same shy boy, now a man, went home from work one day and murdered his mother. He stabbed her over 40 times with a butcher knife, a long blade, relentless in his attack. When it was done, he calmly called the police, told them exactly what he had done, and sat on the front steps of her house, waiting for them to arrive. I remember hearing about it through mutual friends, the shock of it not fully sinking in at first. What could have led him to do something so horrifying? He had been charged and convicted, though I never followed up on the details of his sentencing. It was hard to reconcile the boy I once knew with the man capable of such brutality. At a high school reunion, I learned that he'd been released from a mental health facility or prison. No one seemed to know the exact circumstances. He was now homeless, wandering without direction or support. It was a strange thing to hear, like a ghost from the past had surfaced, but no longer resembled anything close to the boy I remembered. Maybe 6 or 7 years after that, the news broke that he had killed again. This time, a fellow homeless man. He was charged, convicted, and sentenced, this time with many years of confinement ahead of him. I saw his mugshot, and it was like staring into the face of someone hollowed out by life. The shyness was gone, replaced by something cold and broken. A few years ago, my curiosity got the better of me, and I Googled him. I wasn't expecting much, just a faded news article maybe, but what I found hit me like a punch to the gut. He had murdered again, this time a fellow inmate in prison. My puppy love had become a serial killer.
This isn't my story. It's my step-grandmother's. I sat watching the news with her when an old picture of a serial killer came on the screen. "Did you know I lived over the road from him?" she said to me. "No," I exclaimed, and she nodded and told me about it. He was very charismatic, charming, and lovely to all the kids on the street. He always offered us sweets and was happy to talk to us. His wife wasn't as fussed, but she still spoke to us on the rare occasion she came outside. We all played outside on the street, as was the norm back then, going up and down, playing hopscotch and the like. Everybody's parents left them to it and didn't know where we were half the time. The world felt safer. Then one day, my own grandmother told me that we couldn't play outside. She kept us indoors, away from the windows. The police were searching the neighbor's house. It wasn't until many months later we found out what had happened and how many children he and his girlfriend had killed. They took a girl from one of the local roads, I believe, though she was older. We weren't allowed out without somebody watching after that. I think it stuck in people's minds that Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, they could have done the same to any of their children too. When she finished her story, my blood ran cold, and I still get chills every time I tell it. While a freshman at the University of Utah, I met and had lunch with Ted Bundy on several occasions, while he was a first-year law student at the same school. Please don't judge the U of U based on either of our attendance there. Now, my getting to know him was just for a few weeks prior to his becoming a suspect in murders of young women in Utah. My impression of him was that he was very interested in women, which would send up no flags. I mean, all of us at that time were obsessed with sex and the opposite sex. But that being said, there were certain things that he would do that bothered me, and in retrospect, they were small clues. He was a handsome law student, so young women were always talking to him. But if they had to leave, like go to class, he would grab them by the arm and hold them there. If one was to do that today, one would be kicked in the testicles by most women I know. He would stare at women in an intense, almost creepy way, but he would never tell anyone what he was thinking. Today, I keep wondering if he was imagining killing them. It horrifies me, even today. I wish I could tell you that I saw one or more signs of his being a sociopath. But back in the late 70s, I don't think I'd even heard the word. And certainly there was not a copy of the DSM-V lying around for me to check off each diagnostic criteria. At best, I thought he was a narcissist. But even that was based on a Psychology 101 understanding of personality disorders. But it was the 70s, and it was really cool to hang out with a guy who had a lot of girls chasing after him. He gave me a ride in his Volkswagen, which he used to prey on women, and which ultimately led to his capture. I keep thinking about that car, and all I remember was that it was neat, and the passenger's front seat seemed loose. I even commented about it. Later, I found out that he would remove the front seat to hide women he had abducted. That really freaked me out years later. When I learned that he was executed in Florida in 1989, I was happy. I'm opposed to capital punishment, but for me, Bundy was an exception. He had no place in the roles of humanity, and the world is a tiny bit better off without him. I had a near brush with the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez. I didn't realize that it had happened until a couple of weeks later when the FBI contacted my dad. It was around 1984 or 85. My grandmother had passed away and her house in San Francisco's Marina District was vacant. It was a beautiful house in a spectacular location. Cary Grant used to live there, and it has spectacular views of the Golden Gate Bridge, Alcatraz, and the bay. There was also a creepiness to the house. The address was 3666 Baker Street, so the 3 sixes may have been a coincidence, but I had some family who lived there, and they all died from untimely deaths. I had just graduated from high school in 1984, and my high school girlfriend had come back from college in the Midwest to visit me. She loved the views and food at my grandmother's house, and I told her that my grandmother had recently passed, so the food is not there, but let's go out and watch the sunset, as I had a key. It was the first time entering the house after my grandmother had passed. I didn't realize how quickly the vibrant feeling of a home could change. So there already was a creepy feeling going on as we entered. We went to the top floor and just started to enjoy the view, and then we heard a loud double bang thud sound. I told my girlfriend that there's a tree in the yard that has long branches, and when the wind blows hard on one of those branches, they occasionally bang on the side of the house. She was more observant than me and said that there isn't even a light breeze outside. I looked outside and realized she was right, and it felt like someone had just punched me in the gut, as I knew something was wrong. I wanted to be brave and solve where the sound came from, so I said, "Yeah, you're right. I'll go down and check the basement." As I was about to head down, she stopped me and said, "Do you mind if we just drive to the beach and watch the sunset? I've got a bad feeling about being here." I agreed, as I did have the same strange feeling about the house and the noise, too. As 18-year-olds, we walked out of the house and quickly put the incident behind us. A few weeks later, the FBI contacts my father, as he was the executor of the estate. They ask him if anyone had been to the house in the last few weeks, and he said no, as he didn't know that I had been there. They told him that he was lucky because they discovered that Richard Ramirez had been living there for at least a week. And then they gave him the date range. I was there exactly in the middle of the date range. The FBI said that Richard Ramirez was going into the basement through the backyard, and that he would kick the back window open while hanging onto a tree branch, the one that would bang against the house. The FBI told my dad that if anyone had been in the house while he was there, he would have most definitely killed them. He had broken into some other homes in the neighborhood, and they found some of the stolen items in the basement, as well as some newspaper clippings and other clues that they couldn't disclose at the time. I told my girlfriend about what had happened, but I waited many years before ever telling my dad. The Night Stalker was arrested shortly after. An angry mob in LA recognized him and chased him down. It's a great ending to a tragic story of serial killing. The house became ours after the estate was concluded, but was eventually sold as none of us wanted to live there. When I was in 7th grade, so 12 or 13 years old, my best friend got sick with mono and had to stay home from school for several weeks. As an excuse to basically just talk to her through the window, I agreed to drop off her homework after school. I gave her mom the papers and she offered to drive me home like she always did, and I declined like I always did. The walk was short and I appreciated it. When I was a couple blocks from my house, I saw my 6-year-old brother and a neighbor that was about the same age starting to get into a stranger's car. Immediately, I screamed at him. I threw my backpack in the air and started running towards them. They hesitated on getting in, focusing their attention in my direction. And with that, the man in the car took off with the doors open. Catching up to them, my stupid little brother turned to me and was very mad. The neighbor, confused little boy. Apparently, and of course, the man had promised them candy if they got in the car. And because of me, he had no candy. He stomped off towards the front door while I collapsed in the dirt by the road near our house. I don't scare easily, but that time I was terrified. I remember telling my parents what happened and their reaction being that my brother wasn't allowed to travel outside without me present. Not much of a reward for saving his life, but I was sure to drill into him the importance of never stepping foot in a car with a stranger. I didn't go into every gruesome detail, but he knew about John Wayne Gacy when I was through with him. I didn't care if I scared him. That was the point. I'd like to think I saved his life multiple times, thanks to those lessons. Just 1 year ago, I was on the computer at 11 p.m. while sitting at a desk beside a window. Mind you, I live in a ground floor apartment, so I'm used to seeing people walk by, but nothing like this. I had my headphones in, listening to music, when I hear some sort of unrecognizable background noise. I take off one headphone, then the other. The noise is then clearly coming from the window, almost a scratching noise. I was scared shitless at this point. The noise began growing louder. I finally grew the balls to get up and walk over to the window. I had to move the slat in order to see what was making the noise. I moved the slat ever so slowly, and I see a man face to face in the window. I was horrified. A burglar, serial killer, stalker. To make it worse, he looked so angry that I had noticed him. Oh, hell fucking no. Fuck. I think I said this out loud. I quickly flipped the blinds back, stand frozen in my room for 5 minutes. By this time, the noise came back. I quickly turned on the lights in my room, and I flipped the blinds over again to see the man running away. I then take the time to plan out what I'm going to do next, when all of a sudden I hear knocking on my neighbor's door, followed by a scream. Holy shit, I'm gonna die. I take a bag and a jacket, and I run into the hallway and out the side door, going to my friend's place for the night. When I get there, we call 911. They say they've already had a report for that address. I came back the next morning to find out that the man in the window had knocked on my neighbor's door, probably thinking it was mine. He punched my neighbor in the face, ran into his kitchen to grab a knife. Luckily, his friends were over at the time, and they tackled the man, holding him captive until the police could arrive. Had it been me, a teenage girl who was home alone, I don't think the story would have ended so happily. I don't think I'll ever forget how lucky I am. Who's the most evil person you've met? For me, it would be my ex-brother-in-law and my niece's boyfriend. My sister, who had always had high standards for the guys she would date, was so excited for me to meet this new guy she was dating. She thought that he was the one. We had a cookout at my parents' house for Memorial Day, and she was bringing him for all of us to meet. He was a restaurant manager and sounded like a decent guy. Everyone was sitting out in the yard when my sister and her new boyfriend arrived. I was just bringing out the food and setting it on the picnic table. By this time, everyone but me had introduced themselves. I wiped off my hands on a napkin and turned around as my sister started to introduce me to her new guy. He extended his hand for me to shake. I was looking at my hands to make sure that all the sauce was off of them. As I extended my hand and started to say, "Hi, and raised my eyes to meet his, the exact same second our hands touched, I looked up at our eyes. My knees gave way for an instant. I got a sharp pain going through my eyes and chest. I lost my breath and couldn't speak. The most evil, terrifying feeling went through me as I watched his brown pupils turn laser red. I jerked my hand back. He gave me such an evil smile, like he knew that I had just saw the demon in him, like he knew that I had just seen his secret. I could only think, dear God, he's a demon. Everyone was looking at me. I couldn't take my eyes off of him, like I was just stunned. I could only whisper my name. I backed up from him and excused myself into the house. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. His eyes glowed red. I knew he was evil, and I knew he was going to hurt my sister. My sister came into the house all happy, asked me what I thought of him. I told her I didn't like him. I told her what I saw, and that he was going to hurt her. She was upset with me and didn't listen. Well, she ended up marrying him. A few months later, she became pregnant. In her 4th month, she miscarried the baby. The very next day, he was late coming home. She called the restaurant and they told her he had left hours ago. When he came home that night, he lied and said he was at work. She told him that she knew he was lying. And so he admitted, "Well, I wanted to wait until you were over the baby, but I've been seeing this other girl since before we were married. She doesn't mind if I smoke weed because she does too. I just went along with the wedding because you were so excited about it." My sister was devastated. I knew he was going to hurt her. I could see the evil staring back at me when I met him. A couple of Christmases ago, it was kind of the same thing. My husband's niece brought her new boyfriend home. I went to shake his hand, looked into his eyes. His pupils glowed red. I jumped back in shock. Fear ran down the inside of me. I couldn't believe that I saw the red eyes again. This guy looked creepy, kept giving me nasty looks, like I knew what he was up to, like I saw what was inside of him. This time I went and sat down in shock. I kept my feelings and what I saw to myself. We were at another in-law family member's house. We left quickly after. I kept getting that feeling you get when you run your finger over a sharp blade, on purpose to see how sharp it is. I knew that he was going to hurt her and that she was going to get cut, but I didn't feel like he was the one who was going to cut her. I told my husband and stepdaughter. I told my husband if he wanted to tell his family, that was up to him. They were always looking for a reason to pounce on me, so I left it up to him. Well, it got around to the family. Of course, I was criticized. But about 2 months later, our niece had to have abdominal surgery after being stabbed, and not by this creepy lover. But she did give the creepy lover her purse to hold on to while she was in surgery. This guy wiped out her bank account, $8,000, all while she was in the OR. She'd just gotten her tax return. She has 3 little kids, too, so it was hard on her financially as well as emotionally. Everything about this guy was creepy. Even if it hadn't been the glowing eyes, I still wouldn't have liked him. I'm not sure if they filed a police report. We weren't included in that info. I'm mainly also curious if anyone else has ever experienced something like this. Like, can you just feel when something is wrong? It was around 1977 or 78. I can't remember for sure, but I was a police explorer at the time. Florida was holding a statewide police explorer competition in Tallahassee, Florida. My group was attending this competition. There were about 10 of us, along with a couple of chaperones and police officers from our town. We were staying at a large chain hotel, along with hundreds of other groups from around Florida. I was in the room with 3 other girls. We were all sitting by the sliding glass door, as were most of the other teams around the courtyard surrounding the pool. All of a sudden, a man came out of nowhere. He was completely naked. He jumped in the pool and swam a couple of laps, then got out and started walking back towards our room. All of the girls were screaming and running in every direction, causing our advisors and chaperones to run into the room. The man took off running while still naked, and no less than 10 or 15 cops in hot pursuit. They chased him across a busy highway, and unfortunately for him, he took a wrong turn and was apprehended in a handball court. The cops brought him back to the courtyard for us girls to identify. The cops told us to look for his clothes, which we did, and we found a navy suit with nice leather shoes neatly folded in some of the landscaping around the pool area near our room. One of the local cops who was doing the arrest said that it was a shame this man did what he did because he was apparently Irish, and so was the cop. The man's name, or the name he gave the cops, was Mundy. I remember standing very close to the man. He was tall, very handsome, wavy brown hair and piercing blue eyes. I just remember thinking how incredibly handsome this man was, and why would such a nice-looking man do something so bizarre? He was very charming, had a beautiful smile. He kept smiling at me and the other girls. We were 15, 16, and 17 years old. Turns out this man gave a false name. His real name was Ted Bundy. Soon after returning home, within a few days or a couple of weeks, we saw on the news about Ted Bundy. We realized the man around the pool was not who he said he was that night, that he'd given a false name. It was definitely 100% Ted Bundy, not Mundy. We kept expecting a phone call from the local police or someone, but we didn't. So I'm not sure if the local cops ever put 2 and 2 together. The man was probably released after a quick appearance before a magistrate. I later learned Ted Bundy was in Tallahassee at that particular time after escaping prison in another state. He went on to kill women in the Florida area and was apprehended soon afterwards. All right, well, there's no classy way to start this story, so don't judge me. When I was in my early 20s, my buddy was having a birthday party at a club called Tricks with 3 X's. This gentleman's club was of the lowest caliber, and certainly not an establishment I visited often. This being said, me and birthday boy were doing key bumps next to an ATM when this stripper named Dakota walked up to me and started flirting. She asked if I wanted to hang out once she was off work. Her shift ended at the end of the hour. I didn't drive to the club, but my buddy's standing behind her, cheering me on, so I'm like, cool, let's do this. The party of boys leave, and I wait in the bar for Dakota to leave the dressing room. An old man sweeps confetti off the floor, and I watched him use a soapy rag to make the stripper pole shine once again, ready for the next night. Dakota comes out and tells me that she's got an Uber for us. As a gentleman, I offered to pay for the Uber, but she insists. And so together we strolled out the back door, arm in arm. Within 30 seconds, a car is pulling around the side of the club. As its headlights get close, Dakota says, "That's our Uber." And sure enough, the car pulls to a stop right in front of us. It was a Ford Focus or Chevy Aveo-looking small red car. I had to squeeze in the back seat. The driver is a tall, young woman. She also looks uncomfortable in this car, and I wonder why she would have made a purchase like this. When Dakota slides next to me, she asks if the woman has her address. The cramped woman in the front seat says, "Yep," and we drive around to the front of the strip club and out to the street. It's a long rural road leaving Tricks. The previous key bumps I'd been jazzing on were fleeting, along with my confidence in the current situation I'd put myself in. I wasn't even sure if I was in a real Uber. This lady in front sure didn't drive like she gave a shit about any sort of star rating. Meanwhile, I catch Dakota putting "almost there" in a text message before pressing send. She tried to hide her phone, but the glow reflected from her side window. It became very clear that Dakota had no intentions of hooking up tonight. I have no idea what direction we've gone or how long we've been going that way. I try to reach for my phone and not commit the same mistake that she had by revealing my screen in the reflection. I begin to reach in my back pocket, thinking I'll try to blindly repeat the motion that I do to dim my screen before pulling it out of my pocket. I grip the phone and boom, the car's front tire explodes in a shred of rubber. The driver tries to overcorrect and ends up flipping the car. It cartwheels 3-4 times, narrowly avoiding the trees in the ditches on either side. The car barrel rolled into a straight line down this 2-lane highway until it came to a stop, landing completely upside down. Oddly enough, I don't think I ever passed out. I'm pretty banged up. There's glass everywhere, in my clothes, in my hair. I'm bleeding from multiple places, and I'm most worried about the blood dripping up my forehead. Both women are completely unconscious. I free myself from the seatbelt, and gravity sends me down to the ceiling of the turned-over car. I crawl out. Shooting pain from a fractured arm dampens my adrenaline and my ability to think. My head's also bleeding. This time it's going the natural way, and I feel a warm steam roll down the tip of my nose. But possibly, worst of all, my phone is crushed. I check on the girls. They appear to both be passed out, but then the driver starts to groan a bit. She's coming to. I tell the woman if she can reach her cell phone, she should call 911. Without another option, I'm forced to run for miles down a long, dark highway until I reached a gas station to call for emergency services. To this day, I still have metal inside my arm from the crash, but as crazy as it sounds, I'm very grateful the car flipped that night, because I'm pretty sure that I was going to get robbed or murdered, or both, once we reached the address we were going to. And in some timeline, in another universe, Dakota was a cool stripper that really did want to hook up with me that night. I guess we'll never know. Schrodinger's stripper, per se. I don't know if this is the creepiest thing that's ever happened, but I found it to be pretty creepy. I met a woman on Match.com about 12 years ago. We went out for lunch in Providence on Federal Hill. She was very quiet. I was sure that she didn't care much for me. It was quite a bit of work to get her to speak about anything, and by the end of the evening, I chalked it up to experience, a wasted effort. But after lunch, she told me that she was frightened of Providence and asked me to walk her to her car. I agreed. When we got to her car, she shook my hand and thanked me, and as an afterthought, asked me if I wanted a ride back to my car. She felt that she could trust me now, I guess. I said okay. As soon as I got in the car, she was all over me. She wanted to make out, hot and heavy, and didn't even get a chance to put on the seatbelt. I was incredibly and pleasantly surprised. We made plans for another date. We went to the movies. Again, she was very quiet and standoffish until we got to her car. Then she was all over me. The next day I came home from work, and when I opened my mailbox, I found a small package. Inside were 2 wedding rings with a note. "We are destined to be one," was written on the box. There was no postage. Whoever put it there in person. I suspected it was her, and I was uneasy. I called her up. She asked me if I got her package. I said yes. She said, "I went to a psychic. She said you were my soulmate. We'll be together forever." I realized then that she was not right in the head. I said, I don't think so. And after a discussion of how inappropriate she was being, I hung up the phone. The next day, when I came home from work, she was parked in my driveway. I got out of the car furious. "Who the hell do you think you are, coming to my house uninvited?" I asked her angrily. She was nonplussed. "It's not the kind of house I want," she said, "but we can live in it together until we're married. But I like your cat." And she gestured to the cat watching us from the window. I told her to leave. to never return. She did leave, but not before telling me that we were going to be together. It was preordained. For the next year, I got calls, emails, and love letters every single day. Sometimes she called 10 times a day. At first, I tried to tell her that she was wasting her time, but it did no good. To her, we were destined to be together. It has been 10 years since this happened, but for the longest time, I'd still get emails from her once a month. I'd get phone calls from her about twice a year. She never changed her number, so once I figured out how to block numbers, I stopped getting the calls. Early on, if I'd accidentally answer the phone or something, she would just take it as acknowledgement that I have feelings for her, and it would turn into a burst of emails and phone calls and small gifts. I never saw her as a threat. At least, I never felt threatened. She's just sick in the head. It's very, very creepy. But the creepiest thing about her, in my opinion, is that she's a Harvard-trained medical doctor treating patients. I was blissfully unaware of my stalker's actions until he was arrested. I work as a counselor in an addiction treatment clinic. Most of our patients are wonderful people, but we do get some strange ones. 2 years ago, when I was 29 and hadn't worked there long, I was assigned a new patient. He was a man in his late 30s who had been a heroin user for most of his life. It was clear to me that he was very isolated and that he craved attention. So I was extra careful to be as professional as possible, while still showing him the appropriate level of understanding. He began to stop by my office uninvited, but he never wanted to discuss his treatment. Initially, he just talked a lot about himself, but he soon began to ask questions about me. I explained the boundaries of our relationship to him again and gave my supervisor a warning that this patient may need a different counselor. Then he bought me flowers and a stuffed animal, and I was forced to have him reassigned immediately. I obviously couldn't accept his gifts, and my rejection angered him. He threw a fit in our lobby, accusing me of leading him on, and our security guy had to escort him from the building. We treat patients with methadone, and we are reluctant to dismiss them without detoxing first, but my supervisor told the patient he wouldn't be able to return if he acted out again. A couple of days went by without incident, and the patient, let's call him John, apparently showed up to dose every day and left quietly like he was supposed to. One day I came out after we closed to find John sitting on the ground next to my car. He told me that he was sorry for getting upset, that he understood that no one could know about us. I was starting to feel scared, so I just stood there and listened to him ramble on about his love for me until some of my coworkers came out and found us. They convinced him to leave, and I knew now that he would definitely be discharged. Looking back, I feel so stupid because I actually pitied him. I was even planning on asking my supervisor to see if they could transfer him to another clinic, at least for a 3-week detox, so that he wouldn't have to suffer through the severe, acute withdrawals. John stopped coming on his own, and I didn't see him again. Unfortunately, he saw a lot of me. Everything that followed, I heard from the police or my family members. John might have stopped coming into the clinic to dose, but he was still there every day. He waited in the parking lot across the street and followed me when I left. I often run errands after work, so he followed me as I picked up my cat from the vet, went to the dentist, did my grocery shopping, had my nails done, and when I had lunch with my husband. I'm very lucky that I always take the same route home, and that it includes a 3-mile stretch of empty, straight highway. John had made several attempts to follow me home, but his paranoia made him think that I'd spot him if he continued to follow me all the way along the road. I'm sure I wouldn't have noticed him, but I'm glad that he thought I might. Our house is hidden by trees down a long driveway, and he could easily have assaulted me as I got out of my car. John followed me on at least 5 separate occasions. I know this because the police told me that, and there were pictures on his phone of me in 5 different outfits. On the last day, he thought that he'd managed to follow me home. He saw me take a slightly different route, park at a big house, and walk in the front door. He couldn't have known that I was visiting my mother-in-law, and he would soon cease to care. My husband's sister was 19 at the time, and she's a beautiful girl. John was parked up the road when she got home from school, and that was all it took to break his obsession with me. When he saw me leave later that evening, he stayed behind. The next morning, he accosted my sister-in-law as she walked to her car. He rambled on about wanting to marry her. He scared her, but she's a smart girl. She managed to get into her car via the passenger door and honk the horn. My husband was going over some paperwork with their dad inside, and they both ran outside. John was banging on my sister-in-law's window and kicking her car. He saw these 2 6-foot-something men approach and pulled a steak knife from his cargo pants. My father-in-law kept his distance, trying to talk him down. My sister-in-law is calling 911 from inside the car, and my husband went inside to get his dad's gun. That calmed John down. He laid down on his belly and waited for the deputies to come. John was arrested on charges relating to his knife wielding and vandalism of the car. But the police also found out that he was out on parole. They found pictures of me, and John eventually admitted that he'd been stalking me when he happened to see my sister-in-law. I feel incredibly guilty for leading him to her, for not paying attention to the warning signs. John's original conviction was for the aggravated rape of a young girl whom he had stalked first. It's nauseating to know that someone spied on you for a whole week without you noticing him. But it's worse to know that he chose a young girl whom you love as his next victim. When I was 19, my family and I were out of town in Hot Springs, Arkansas, having fun at a theme park they have there. It was me, my mom, dad, and my 3 younger siblings. We had been there for a couple of days over the weekend and needed gas before driving a few hours back home. I walked into the gas station store looking for a bathroom. They said it was outside and gave me a key. Even though it was daylight and my parents were right outside at the pumps, I instantly had a horrible gut feeling. It was such a strange feeling that it's hard to describe. It wasn't quite fear, but something like if you could feel evil, maybe like a warning sign. Anyway, the bathroom is on the other side of the gas station, facing away from the pumps, and I go inside, do my thing, wash my hands, and then, as my hand is on the door handle, ready to leave, the feeling gets intense, like I might throw up, and I'm feeling crazy emotions. And I knew, without knowing for certain, that I shouldn't leave. I decided to call my parents from the restroom. I tell them that they need to come get me on the other side. They don't even question it and say that they're on their way. I don't bother waiting outside the bathroom at all. This feeling of evil is so strong, there's no way I'm heading out that door. I know that's probably not something real, to feel evil, but it's not like any other feeling. A few moments later, I heard a knock. I know right away that it's okay to open the door. It's my dad. He asks if I'm okay. Of course, I was fine, and because I couldn't quite explain my feelings, I said yes. He then said that when he drove the car around the back, there was a man with an old truck pulled up to the bathroom with his truck door open. The man was standing directly outside the bathroom door, as if he were ready to throw me in his truck the second I stepped out. When he saw my parents, he jumped in his truck and drove off. My dad was furious. He remembered the make and color of the truck and even noticed the broken back window of his cab. We whipped out of the parking lot with the whole family going after the guy. We actually caught up with him and followed him a ways. I didn't know what my dad would have done if he'd caught him, but that intense feeling of fear was back. We almost ended up at a red light together, but the man in the truck went through it and we lost him. I don't know for sure what my original feeling of dread and fear was, but My mom likes to say it was the Holy Spirit taking care of me, warning me. I really don't know. I've had it a few times since then, and it always happens in bad situations, so maybe she's right. That time, though, was definitely the most intense. When I was in school, I was invited to a 3-day strawberry music festival by an acquaintance. She called me up and said she had an extra ticket and wanted me to go with her. I told her I wanted to go. Epic festival and music is my thing. Besides, I thought she was nice until I got to know her. Carlotta was a friend of the family, and for a while, a young, patchouli-sniffing tree hugger and free-spirited dream catcher. She seemed okay at first, but she was freaky. Her true colors bled through one day when her fickle whims and puzzling behavior came to a head. But that was a good thing. Had they not, I would have otherwise been stuck with her, hundreds of miles out of town, for several days. After all, she had 2 tickets to the festival and asked me to go along with her, and that would have meant being alone and stuck with her, together, for days on end. But at the time, I thought it would be cool, so I agreed to go. The week before we were set to leave on our road trip out of town, we had drinks together at a local pub. And then she invited me back to her place to help her pack her car with her tent and camping equipment to gear up for the trip. We arrived at her house after dark. I drove separately and parked on the street. Her driveway was incredibly dark, and so was the path up to her house. I felt my way around down a dark path, climbing up some back steps, stumbling all along in pitch black. There was no moonlight to guide our steps that night. I ended up stubbing my toe several times, to which she just laughed and thought was hilarious. By the time it dawned on me that I could use my phone, I realized I'd left it in the car. She didn't think to warn me of the obstacles in my path beforehand. I was perturbed by my stubbed toes, and her laughing. It wasn't funny. I stumbled up to her door, and when she unlocked it, I expected her to switch on a light, but she never did. I stood in the dark, waiting, anticipating. We stood there awkwardly, in the dark, without speaking. We were supposed to be packing, but instead, she was just breathing. I could hear her breathing. She grabbed my hand and tried to lead me deeper into her pitch-black home. "You got electricity?" I finally asked. She snorted and said she did. "Then could you possibly turn on a light?" "No, it's fine this way," she said. I could feel her standing right in front of me, breathing in my face, heavy, panting. Weirdness. She seemed to sense that I was uncomfortable, and so she added, "Darkness is our friend." Well, it may have been her friend, but it wasn't mine. I panicked at that moment. I didn't know if I was about to be jumped by a serial killer, or if this girl was putting the moves on me. But this wasn't my idea of wooing me in a romantic manner. It was downright giving me the creeps. Who wouldn't it give the creeps to? This chick was clearly a freak, and not in a good way. Good freaks, they just feel good. This bitch felt sinister and off, missing. Definitely missing something. I suddenly didn't like her. I trust my instincts. I don't know what room I was in, where her knife drawer was in proximity to her body. I didn't know if I was standing in a hoarder pile filled with roaches and fleas, or if her ex-dead lover may have been mummified on the couch. I had no clue as to why she wouldn't turn on the damn lights. She was keeping me in the dark on purpose, and I didn't like it. What were her intentions? So, I felt my way backwards, away from her. I backtracked as quickly as possible, bruising my tailbone on a piece of furniture or a coffin, and blindly felt my way until I finally grasped the doorknob and turned it and stumbled back down the stairway, back down the path, all while she yelled, "Wendy, come back!" No thanks, Jeffrey Dahmer, stubbing my toes again on skulls and skeletons, likely her dead grandmother, until I finally got to some streetlights and ran. Sighs of relief. I escaped her. She called me the next day, said that she had a better date for the Strawberry Festival. Boy, was I relieved. This happened in Crystal Lake in Virginia Beach. I drove out with a girlfriend for a dose of nature and beauty before the sunset. As it started to get dark, we realized it was close to closing time, and the park entry gate would soon be shut. There were no other cars or people around. We jumped in our car and started driving toward the gate to exit the park. On the way towards the gate, we passed a young girl sitting on the side of the road on a cement block. She was dressed in a conservative, long dress, like something from the turn of the century. She was holding a large red ball. She was pale and thin, with long brown hair. Strangely, she didn't look towards us or acknowledge us at all. Just stared straight ahead, across from where she was sitting. What was she doing out there, with no urgency to leave the park? As we drove on, we saw a strange man ahead of us, in the middle of the road. He was intentionally blocking our path, and he too was dressed from a different era, wearing suspenders over a filthy white shirt and black pants. He was waving his arm for us to stop. As we got closer and slowed down, we could see that he wasn't hurt or needing help. He looked angry and aggressive, and his face was scary as hell. So we sped around him. He turned and started running after our car. We hit the gas and barely made it out of the gate before it was locked for the night. We never went back there again. I was stupid enough to agree to a blind date. It was several years ago. I hadn't come out yet, and I was desperate to keep up appearances. After we had dinner, this loser drove to a dark parking lot behind a closed store. Next thing I knew, he was all over me, trying to unbutton and unzip my jeans. I said no and was blocking his hands. He refused to take no for an answer. As his hand went up my shirt, I began screaming. He was getting more pushy by the second. Suddenly, a bright white light lit up the car. His face turned white. His eyes bugged out. He quickly started his car and drove me home. He shook all the way there. I was confused, but so relieved. The next day, he called and apologized for what had happened. I told him to never call me again, and then he asked me a question that made a chill run down my spine. Who was the girl, the one in the light? I asked, what? He said when the light appeared, a blonde girl in a powdered blue dress appeared, glaring at him. She pointed at him and let out a scream. That's when he hauled ass and took me home. I hung up on him, but I couldn't help but smile. The year before, my best friend of 14 years had died unexpectedly in a car accident. She was only 21. She was buried in a dress her favorite color, baby blue. She had been a victim herself 3 years before her death. Apparently, she was hell-bent on me not meeting the same horrible fate, and I'm forever grateful to her. I'm sure plenty of people go their whole lives without having a gun pointed at them. Me, I've come face to face with one more than I'd like. The first time I was walking into a store when I was 16, I startled one of the men robbing the place. He almost shot me in the face. .45 automatic. Never saw anything so huge in my life. I remember closing my eyes because he was that close, and it seemed inevitable. But then, he suddenly brushed past me and out the door. Crazy. Just a couple years later, 18 years old, walking my girlfriend home on New Year's Eve in the middle of a snowstorm. A guy ran out of an alleyway, pointed a gun right at my gut, robbed me. That one was a chrome .38 revolver. I wasn't even thinking of myself at that time. Just really didn't want anything to happen to my girlfriend. Luckily, the man took off the moment he had my wallet. Not before whacking me real good with his revolver before taking off. Girlfriend was unscathed, so I considered it a win. I think the third time was probably the scariest. I was 28 years old, managing a liquor store. And by that time, I had a son. A guy walks in. He immediately looks suspicious, but before I can even register why, he's pointing a gun at me. This time, it's a Beretta 9mm. He makes me empty the register, and then he marches me into the back room, where he makes me open the safe. Once I do, he tells me to lie on my stomach with my arms spread out. I thought for sure I was about to die. I told the guy to literally take whatever he wanted, that nothing in the store meant nearly as much as my son at home. The guy's sort of size is the best way to explain it. And before he continues to rob the place, he tells me, "Man, I'm not gonna kill you unless you try something. Don't try nothing and you're good." When someone's pointing a gun at your back while you're laying face down on the ground, you just kind of have to take their word for it. So, I took his advice and tried nothing. Though my life tried to flash before my eyes multiple times, a few moments later, he was gone. Yes, I own a gun. I live in a conceal and carry state. However, in this situation, it wouldn't have done me any good. The man got a jump on me, and I had to be smart about my next move. I've learned that people carry and use guns for a couple of reasons: to be intimidating to others and to protect themselves. This guy wasn't in a position to need to protect himself. He wanted to intimidate me. Had I found a way to get my gun, I think things would have honestly ended differently. My mother had slipped and fractured her hip, so she was in the hospital for a while. During her time in the hospital, I would visit her in the evenings until closing time, and then go home. During that time, I struck up conversations with a younger male, who I assumed was also visiting family in the hospital. It would always be just the two of us at about 10 p.m. at night, bidding each other goodnight in the hospital car park. One night, I came out of my mother's room to meet him at the lifts on my way down. As we had shared snacks and recognized each other in various waiting rooms, I thought nothing of it when he offered me an unopened can of pop, as he was already also sipping on one. Before stepping into the lift, I opened my can and took a sip. By the time we reached the car park, I had drunk about a third of my drink. Suddenly, my whole body just went numb. I felt like I couldn't swallow, blink, breathe, or even walk. I felt like my body had shut down. I watched as I sat myself on the ground, supporting myself on the man's leg. He told me to sit and wait for him, that he would get his car and drive me around to the emergency room doors. I was panicking, but I couldn't speak, just weakly nodded while struggling to breathe. I lay on the asphalt as his car pulled up, and he helped me into the front passenger seat of the car. It was a white, long car, station wagon type, and he kindly put the passenger seat back so I could lay back and rest. I drifted in and out of sleep, trying to work out why we had not yet arrived at the emergency doors. I don't drink alcohol anymore, but I've been extremely drunk before, and this is exactly how I felt now. I could not speak. My thoughts were jumbled, and my body was just not cooperating. I kept opening my eyes, and I could see light shining out of tall building windows as they flew past, but I couldn't squint or focus to properly recognize which part of the hospital these buildings belonged to. I then fell asleep. I was woken after a while because I was being rocked from side to side. I reached over to steady myself, and I touched a wall with knobs. Confused, I tried opening my eyes. I realized that I had touched the knobs of a car radio. As I slowly refocused my thoughts and tried to work out where I was, I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I knew that I would need to throw up immediately if the rocking didn't stop. As I turned my head to the right, I felt a stream of cold air blowing directly on my face, and that calmed my stomach a bit, but the rocking didn't stop. Before I could say or mumble anything, I started throwing up. The car stopped, and the next thing I knew, I was dragged onto the ground by a pair of hands. I lay on my stomach, heaving and retching on the ground, and realized I was looking into pure darkness. I smelled dead leaves. I smelled soil. I smelled grass. The night air was cool and welcoming, and I was no longer rocking, so I felt better. Suddenly, I was jerked to my feet and pulled to the back of the car. The boot opened and I climbed in and laid down. The car then took off again, rocking and bumping. I had so much saliva drooling out of my mouth. I was sick again, but nothing else came out except for the sick, sweet aftertaste of that pop at the back of my throat. Sometime later, I woke up and slowly pulled myself up and peered over the back seat. We were driving along a dark lane lined with trees. Pitch black. As I rested my head on the back of the seat while dry heaving, I tried to focus and work out where we were. All of a sudden, I see a row of lights behind a row of trees to my left. They suddenly disappear, but give my muddled mind enough time to think, why are we driving in a ditch? After some more driving, the car swings into a little lane to our left and comes to a halt, and the headlights and engine are switched off. The front door opens and slams. I lie there trying to open my eyes and focus, but I'm so dizzy. I feel like my eyes are whipping from side to side, so I keep them closed. I tell myself not to fall asleep again as I struggle to get my mind and my body to cooperate with my will. It's like I'm trying to will myself to sober up. Another me is sober, but my mind and body have not yet caught up. I slide over the back seat and I lie down on the floor immediately behind the driver's seat. There is a metal bar that runs across the back of the front seat of the car, but with enough crawl space underneath. I press my face to it. It's cool and welcoming. I wait for the driver to open any of the car doors. I have no idea where he is. I fall asleep again. I slowly wake up again to the smell of cigarette smoke. I know he's near, but I don't know where. Suddenly, the boot opens. I'm not a petite female by any means. I'm 5'8", 85 kilograms in weight. Somehow, I crawl, slither into the front seats. The next door that opens is the back door, and that slams shut too. I slip my legs back under the bar and slither back onto the floor behind the driver's seat again, just as the front door opens. I can't open my eyes or lift my head, because if I do, everything will start spinning, and I'll need to throw up again. Suddenly, the driver's door opens, and I hear the sound of a metal baseball bat getting pulled out from somewhere near my head, and the door slamming shut. The driver's door opens again, and music starts blaring very loudly from inside the car. Suddenly, the body of the car starts getting whacked loudly by the baseball bat. There are loud thumps around the car, and they keep going around and around the car. They stop. After a while, the driver's door opens and the music stops. My ears are ringing. I realize the driver's door has not closed again, nor has the car sunk with the weight of someone getting into the car. Suddenly, the boot opens again. I somehow slither back into the front, but this time, I slide halfway out the driver's door, which is still open. As I slowly slide under the car, I hear the back door on the passenger side open. I slide under the car, out of breath, breathing in dirt, dust, and soil. I swallow some. I'm stuck between two wheels, under a car, eating dirt, dizzy as hell. Once again, I have to remind myself to stay awake. I slowly pull myself forward. My arms hurt. My face is being dragged through the dirt, and I realize I have somehow lost my shoes. I want to stay under the car forever and just sleep. But the other me keeps yelling for my body and my mind to match my will. So I keep sliding forward. As I get to the front, I get stuck. There's no more space. As I stretch my arms forward, the car engine starts. I hear the driver door slam. I suddenly have this burst of energy where I scurry and slither to the right and come out near the front passenger door. I keep slithering forward and find the earth in front of me giving way to nothing. I keep moving forward and slide into a ditch hole. I slide forward. I feel the earth get harder and start to rise again. So I slide back in the ditch. The car is still there, and the music comes on again. I hear whacks on the side of the car. I hear whacks on the ground. I hear the baseball bat thrown to the ground. Suddenly, I hear my phone ring. I hear him mutter in a language I don't understand. I hear him whack something hard with the baseball bat. It makes a pinging sound. My phone stops ringing. I hear him grunting and stomping, and I hear him whacking things. Suddenly, the vehicle revs its engine. The door slams, and it moves. It reverses and goes away. I peer over the dirt back to where I came from, and I can't see anything. I can't focus on anything. My eyes are still swinging wildly. I close them again. I realize I need to move along the ditch to the left, as that's where I saw a row of lights. I still hear the music. Even though far, it's not going anywhere. It's still playing in the distance somewhere. I start dry heaving again. My mouth is dry, tastes terrible. My breath stinks. I get up to walk. I fall down. I'm facing my left before the hard, pebbly rise of the ditch is on my right now. I touch it, support myself. I focus on the feel of the pebbles as I walk towards the row of lights. Suddenly, the music is back, loud. I sit down and I lean my back against the hard feel of pebbles and open my eyes and focus on the lights coming towards me. But they move past from my right to my left. I watch it swing in behind a thin row of shrubs on my left. I hear him get out, whack his way towards where I am. I throw myself back into the dirt. The whacking stops. The door slams. The music goes back to where it came from. I keep moving along the ditch, the rise to my right, and the music constantly keeps moving back and forth on my left. I eventually can walk without being pulled to my left and falling over. My eyes are finally staying open longer. My mind starts telling me that it's safer for me with this person I know than me heading towards some unknown. I don't know how many times I believed he was looking for me to take me home, to save me. I was just too exhausted to walk towards the music and the light, so I just kept stumbling along. Suddenly, the music left and left for good. The sky was becoming gray. I started shivering. I sat down, shivering, and fell asleep. I woke up cold, wet, and could see. I looked around and realized I was in a field or forest with trees and shrubs and a dirt road that ran along where I was facing. I slowly got up and started shivering again, and I started to climb the rise. It got slippery as the pebbles slipped under my feet. Suddenly, I felt fear, deep fear. I panicked and clambered, screaming and crying up the slope. I got to the top and realized I was on train tracks. I quickly crossed over and went down the other side. I was so scared, so scared of being found and picked up by this person again. I kept walking. How long? I don't know. All the while, my mind would jump between listening with paranoia to my surroundings, then trying to recall every little detail of the night. I realized my handbag, car keys, details of where I lived, everything were most likely in his car. All I knew of him was his name, Francis. My mind went blank. I just walked, penniless, without ID and shoes, and guess what? Stinking of piss and shit. Suddenly, in front of me was a collection of houses. I waited in the bushes for some time, scared shitless of all people, sure that they would hand me back to the person who did this to me. It took me a while to approach this lady who did not ask questions, but allowed me to call my sister to come pick me up. She allowed me to wash my face and wait in her house until my sister arrived. She never asked anything. I was thirsty as hell, but water just tasted horrible. My sister arrived, pissed as fuck. She wanted to know what happened. She wanted me to go to the police. I told her I was exhausted. She told me I stank. She asked about my car. I lied, said that it had been stolen, purse and all. I could hardly speak. I asked if I could sleep at her house. I had a shower. I drank a cold beer in 3 gulps. No idea why I wanted a beer. And I went to bed. I woke up that night, called my mother, told her I wouldn't be visiting anymore. I felt terrible, emotionally, physically. I felt so hungover and exhausted. I slept for 3 days. My sister kept asking what happened until she gave up. We never really speak of that time. I don't think we ever will. I picked up my car from the hospital car park a month later. No parking fees, thank goodness. I filed a police report, but other than that, I never told anyone. My best friend and her husband moved me out of my place and back in with my mom a week later. I resigned from my job. This happened in 1993, and this is the first time that I've spoken of it. I still feel fear, but not as bad. It's when I ask myself, what if? That's when I go numb. I'm a 30-year-old male who needs help breaking up with my girlfriend. I know that sounds awful, but hold your judgments until you hear my story. I honestly can't tell if there's something really wrong here, or if I'm blowing things out of proportion. Seriously, I need you guys to tell me which it is. Ashley is 28 and teaches first grade. Our first few dates were amazing, and we have a ton in common. I actually thought that I might marry this girl. God, that sounds scary to say now. We never actually planned or agreed to move in together, but she had an awful roommate. She stayed at my place more and more until one day, I found her credit card bill in my mail. I don't know when she changed her address. Ashley gets home earlier, so she's usually the one who checks it. I tried making a joke of it, like, does this mean we officially live together? But then she pointed out that it had been over 6 weeks since she slept at her apartment, and how I had specifically helped her pack a few bags myself because I was, quote-unquote, tired of dealing with her roommate every time she needed something. I mean, we had a real conversation about it, and she had genuinely valid points. All of those things were true. What did I expect? I should clarify, it was 6 weeks since she had slept in her own bed, but we had been seeing each other for almost 3 months total. I know that's not that much better, but it's something. Time really has a way of moving when things are good, and I promise, they were great. I already thought I was in love with her. By the end of the moving in conversation, I was nervous for all the same reasons you're probably thinking now, but at the same time, I felt really good about our chances. I've had other girlfriends, but none of them made me feel like this. Over the next few weeks, I began noticing more changes around the house, but that's normal, right? If she's going to live there too, I want her to feel like the space is equally hers. I guess I just imagined it would be something that we did together, but I never lived with a woman before. It's not like the changes were even bad, and when I told my friends, they acted like it was the most normal thing in the world. Maybe that part is, but I want to include everything so you guys have the full picture. I think our 6-month anniversary is the first time I experienced a for sure red flag versus the previous issues where I felt things could be largely my fault. I didn't know that half-year anniversaries were even a thing, but I came home to find a romantic candlelit dinner. She'd made my favorite meal, and I thought it was just a sweet surprise until we finished eating. And then she pulled a gift bag out of the closet, and I asked, "What's the occasion?" I was so focused on opening the gift that I didn't immediately see the change in her face. It was an extremely thoughtful present. I still can't believe she remembered a set of tools that I talked about once. But when I leaned over to kiss her, she pulled away and said, "You don't know the occasion?" in a tone that clearly indicated I should. That was our first big fight. Not only had I forgotten our half-anniversary, I, quote-unquote, didn't even care. I was only trying to convey that I didn't understand, not that I didn't care. It felt like she wasn't even hearing my actual words. But I should clarify, I'm not sure if fight is the right word. It was definitely a big something, only I wouldn't describe her as angry so much as heartbroken. And that's how every argument is, whether I leave the toilet seat up or take too long returning a call. I know heartbroken sounds like a strong word, but I don't know what else to call it. She cries like someone has died. There are times that I think she's going to throw up and pass out. It takes hours to calm her down, and only after a super intense conversation, one of those bare your soul talks, do the arguments finally end. Then her face will be swollen the rest of the night. I'm always terrified that someone's going to think I hit her. After the anniversary fight, I walked on eggshells for the next few days, and everything went back to normal. If anything, we were closer than ever. I don't want to spill her life story on the internet, but she's had a traumatic childhood that left her with severe abandonment issues. We all carry our burdens, and it seemed like the simplest thing in the world to be a little more mindful of special occasions, especially since she's so good to me. Even though she also works full-time, she still does all the cooking, 90% of the cleaning. I can't remember the last time I had to do my own laundry, and she sews. But then there's things like when my friends wanted me to come on a weekend camping trip. Trevor was getting married, and he wanted a weekend of nostalgia instead of a bachelor party. I wasn't about to deny him that. I didn't even consider the possibility that my going would upset Ashley. We were in bed when I read Trevor's message, so I began telling her all about him and the camping trips that we'd take as kids. She seemed genuinely interested until I got to the part about going away for the weekend. Then, just like the anniversary, a switch flipped, and she went from laying on my chest to nearly falling off the bed. She wouldn't even look at me. We fought about it for most of the night. At first, she didn't want me to go at all. Then she wanted to come with me. And I actually had to explain why I would be the biggest asshole in the world if I brought her. She felt that I was choosing my best friend over her, and we had to agree to disagree on that front. If it had been a regular camping trip, I would have declined the invitation and stayed home, but it was literally the one thing my best friend wanted for his wedding. Ashley threatened to leave me, and I had to promise that I would never go camping again to ensure that she would still be there when I came home. That was probably a mistake, but I felt so bad seeing her cry like that. Her eyes do this weird vibrating thing, and it always freaks me out. When I see that, I know any chance of logical conversation is gone out the window. Those fights always end with me caving to whatever she wants, and then she apologizes with a story from her childhood that seems to make it all sound completely reasonable. Feels like I'm losing my mind. Things were a little rocky after the camping trip, and her mood will change even now if someone brings it up, but still, there's just so many positives, right? The next major fight happened after a storm damaged my parents' front porch. Dad wanted me to help replace the roof, and his insurance company was even paying us for the work. Yet, Ashley was furious because she wanted me to binge watch a new show with her. This was the first time I didn't feel guilty when she cried. I was too angry. When she saw that I wouldn't back down, she decided to come with me instead. I didn't see any reason not to let her. I thought it would be nice for my parents to get to know her better. She sees my dad semi-regularly because of work, but they don't exactly have meaningful conversations there. She's only met my mom twice, and those were very brief intervals. I expected Ashley to stay inside while Dad and I worked, but she tried to stay with us instead. Dad was getting annoyed even faster than me, so I texted Mom an SOS. A few minutes later, she was asking Ashley for help with lunch. Everything seemed fine when we ate, and Mom was able to keep Ashley inside while we finished the roof. We stayed for maybe 20 minutes after the cleanup, and everyone still seemed like they were getting along. If it hadn't been for the conversation that came afterward, I would have never suspected anything was off. As soon as we left, Ashley began to jokingly discuss how I had one of those mothers who was jealous of their son's girlfriend. This really took me by surprise because that just couldn't be further from the truth. My mom couldn't care less about my dating life. I'm sure if I got married, she would take greater interest, but I hadn't told her much about my relationship with Ashley. I wasn't even upset, just confused at how she came to that conclusion. Hell, if I tried to talk to my mom every day, she'd be rejecting my calls inside the first week. Ashley used progressively ridiculous arguments, starting with how Mom came outside to quote-unquote drag her away from me, until I finally became annoyed, and I told her the real reason. That was a mistake. We had our biggest fight yet, but once it was finally over, I thought that was the end of it. Then Mom called that Monday to say that Ashley seemed a bit unstable. She had told a few embarrassing stories from my childhood, thinking that it would be an easy icebreaker. But Ashley responded to each one with her own story about me, like it was some kind of competition. The whole thing gives me a headache. For my mom to actually say something about my girlfriend, I knew it definitely wasn't just me at this point, but I still didn't know what to do about it. That same evening, I came home to a steak dinner, and without even telling her I spoke to my mom, she apologized for the night before and blamed it on that time of the month. At heart, I'm a coward, so I let life resume as normal, until I found a jar of toenail clippings hidden beneath the bed. This is what finally prompted my post. They were definitely mine. I mean, either way, gross, but okay, look, I'm a disgusting guy who leaves my toenail clippings lying around, and I just assume that she's vacuuming them up when cleaning. Fuck me, I get it. But she had to have been collecting them the whole time that we've been together. It was a lot. I bypassed the snooping fight entirely by telling her that one of my golf balls rolled under the bed, and her face was pale before I even finished my sentence. I tried to ask, why are my toenails in a jar? With as little judgment as possible, but I challenge you to say that with a straight face. For a few seconds, we stared at each other in silence. I thought she was going to have a panic attack. Then her face instantly calmed, and she explained that they were for some kind of prank. That I wasn't supposed to find them yet. I'm not sure what I could have said to that. Apparently, the whole idea was to film your partner's reaction to learning they had a jar of your toenails. I guess I just don't get it. To me, it seemed like she came up with that on the spot. But how was I supposed to press the issue without sounding like a lunatic myself? Instead, I pretended to be relieved and walked back into the bedroom, where I promptly flushed the clippings down the toilet. I don't believe in any kind of hocus-pocus stuff, but I don't know. That's just creepy. I'm lucky I did it so fast, too. Not 5 seconds after they were gone, she came into the bedroom, asking what I had done with them. When I told her, a look of complete fury flashed over her face. Then it was gone. She tried to act like it wasn't a big deal, and I pretended to believe her. But it was clearly a very huge deal. So, what do you guys think? Is this sad and desperate or scary and dangerous? Because I'll tell you, I'm feeling a healthy dose of both right now. Update. Wow, I really didn't expect so many responses. Thank you all so much for taking the time to read my story. I know that it was a long one. I still haven't made it through all of the comments, but I've read enough to know that you're right. Regardless of her intentions, the relationship isn't working out. We could both be happier with other people, so I'm going to end it this weekend. I'll update you all once it's done. Thanks again. Update. Hi everyone, me again. I'm sorry that it's taken over a month for me to post this and that I haven't responded to any of your messages. For all the support many of you have shown, some comments were a bit harder to swallow than others. I'm still in a fragile state, so I can't honestly say how long this post will stay up either, but I'd like to get this out while I can and update those of you who have been so helpful. The original post was uploaded before work on a Friday morning, and by that night, so many of you had opened my eyes that I knew I had to end the relationship. The breakup itself was awful. We both cried through the night, just talking everything through, except the toenails. Neither one of us was anxious to revisit that topic. She begged me for a second chance, said all the things you guys guessed that she would say. Things like how she couldn't survive without me, and I was the only good thing in her life. When she finally accepted none of those were going to work, she changed tactics. Then it became all about how I couldn't survive without her, and how no one would ever love me, not like her. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I've seen people behave this way in movies, but never in real life. Since she, quote-unquote, didn't have anywhere to go, I offered to stay with my parents for a couple of weeks while she made other arrangements. I didn't want anything to be harder than it had to be. I was angry and hurt about everything in general, but not spiteful. Part of me still loved her, and I truly wanted her to be okay. Well, the very first night I was away, Ashley's mom called, and it's relevant to know that her parents live about 12 hours away in another state. Before I could finish saying hello, she began screaming. She thought I physically forced her daughter out of my house, and she was calling to inform me that was illegal. When she finally let me speak, I told her everything. I never wanted to embarrass Ashley. I didn't even tell my friends about the toenails. I just wanted us to move on with our lives. But if she was going to tell stories like that, I was damn sure setting the record straight. I started by switching the call to FaceTime so she could see my parents sitting in the background, fully ready to corroborate my story. And her face turned to one of actual fear. I actually heard her mutter, "Not again," after a defeated sigh. She was quick to apologize and explained that Ashley had called insisting that they both needed to come down now because she couldn't even get her car keys out of my house. I was so angry that I told her mom why we really broke up, all of it, right down to the toenails. The silence was palpable. I had to make sure that the call hadn't dropped. Then I heard her tell her husband she was saving toenails again, and she sounded frightened. I had to know what she'd been planning to use them for. Had to. Apparently, Ashley had been known to dabble in the occult. She'd tried various potions, spells, curses, you name it. Her parents weren't sure what she planned to do with them, but the last time they caught her saving toenails was her senior year of high school. Her mother discovered the hoard at the bottom of her sock drawer, and Ashley tried to play it off as a joke. But when they were thrown out, she lost her mind. Her mom said it sounded like she believed those clippings were the only thing holding her relationship together, but none of it was making much sense. To make matters worse, her high school sweetheart dumped her the next day, and she never stopped blaming her mother. She couldn't be convinced that the two events were unrelated. Altogether, I talked to her mom for over an hour while deciding the best way to proceed. We wanted to do things as gently as possible, so we agreed to pretend our conversation hadn't happened. Calling Ashley out on her lies would only make things worse, and none of us really knew what she might do while alone. I also began to worry about the fact that she was in my house. What if she started destroying everything? For that reason, I agreed to return home and sleep on the couch. Her parents were going to rent a U-Haul in the morning and drive down with her brother and his two friends. Then, she'd be able to stay with her family while she got the help she needed. We all felt really good about the plan. At least I thought we did. It turns out her brother is only 17, pretty inattentive, and extremely gullible. He would later swear that he didn't understand it was a secret, but regardless of his motives or intentions, he spilled the beans. Not only that, he spilled the beans without telling anyone. When I got home, Ashley welcomed me with open arms. I said I wasn't ready to sleep in the same bed, but that I had time to calm down and I wanted to continue our conversation in the morning. She quickly agreed and offered me some leftover pasta she had made. I didn't want to risk upsetting her over something so small, and I actually was starving, so I ate it. Not long after, I suddenly felt very sleepy. And the last thing I remember before passing out is a look of triumph spreading across Ashley's face. I woke up in the hospital. My throat and my chest were on fire, and every breath made it worse. I then learned that after passing out, Ashley managed to drag me into bed before removing all of the smoke alarms and throwing a lit match onto the couch. She then took a handful of the same drugs that were in my food and crawled into bed where we were supposed to die together. The only reason we survived was because my neighbor and I happened to be very close. He and his partner drug Ashley and I out of the house while their 15-year-old called the fire department. My house was completely ruined. I'm still dealing with the insurance company and Ashley's parents. They had to move her to a mental institution. Right now, it's still being determined if she's legally competent to handle a trial or something like that. Honestly, I've been letting my parents do all of the talking when it comes to that stuff. They give me the updates later and ask if I want to contest or push for certain things, but right now, I still don't know what I want, except to heal. I want to sleep without having nightmares. I want to eat without wondering if something's been put in my food. But as far as Ashley goes, God, I just don't know. Maybe that's why I finally came back here, because I'm stuck again. I really don't know. I only know that I've been writing for over an hour, and I'm tired. I guess I'm just going to hit the post button and see what happens. Thanks for sticking around. My parents separated when I was 5, so my memories of when Bio Dad lived with us are fuzzy and incomplete. But I've been told things could get pretty bad. Jim had a serious drug problem. He would take anything he could get his hands on, but meth was his favorite. When he was low on cash, which was quite often, he'd just cook up a batch and sell as much as he could to get by. In case there's anyone who doesn't know, cooking meth is dangerous. It can literally explode. People blow themselves up trying to make it all the time. Needless to say, Mom wasn't very happy when she caught him cooking the stuff in our attic. There were a million other reasons she left him, but that was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Only Jim didn't want to get divorced. He said wedding vows were forever, that if she tried to leave anyway, she would never see me again. Well, that just doubled her resolve. She waited for him to pass out after a big bender, packed our bags, and drove us to Grandma's house almost 2 hours away. Then she left me there and drove all the way back while her brother followed in his van. Jim was still passed out, and Mom knew that he would stay that way into the next day unless someone intervened. After confirming that there were still drugs in the house, they loaded up our car and Uncle Hank's van with as much stuff as they could before calling the police. They didn't know what kind of response to expect, but they were worried they wouldn't be allowed to take anything else once the cops arrived. My uncle waited in a Walmart parking lot. He wasn't a drug dealer, but let's just say he wasn't exactly flying the straight and narrow. He didn't want to cause any trouble for Mom if the police decided to run his name. Things actually went pretty smoothly, all things considered. Jim was rudely awakened from his slumber, and any hope of expressing his anger was completely ruined by the horde of police tearing his house apart. Unfortunately, there was no present evidence that proved he cooked the drugs himself. That would have added a nice chunk of years to his sentence, but he still served 3 years when all was said and done. During that time, Mom remarried, and we moved to a different state where I started school. Not too long after my 7th birthday, Mom learned that Jim would be released in the upcoming months. She didn't think that he would be able to find us and therefore didn't want to scare me for no reason. To this day, she still apologizes for that mistake. Sure enough, Jim was able to find us without too much of a struggle. One day he showed up while I was at recess. This is the 80s, by the way. Security was not the same back then. And he says that he has to take me home because Mom had an accident. I had no clue that he'd been in prison. At that age, I probably didn't even fully understand the concept of it. I just thought my parents got a divorce, and I happened to live with my mom. Jim was now making it sound like because of Mom's accident, only he was allowed to get me from school. I should have known better. My stepdad picked me up all the time, but I was so terrified of losing my mom that I couldn't think of anything else. I just wanted to get to her. I followed Jim right off the playground and hopped into his back seat without making a peep. It didn't even occur to me to talk to a teacher before leaving. Once we were off the school grounds, our speed began accelerating at a terrifying rate. I was already crying silently. The sudden erratic driving scared me to hysterics. While crossing the highway, a big truck had to slam on its brakes to avoid T-boning us. I screamed, and Jim smacked me upside the head. He said if I didn't stop crying, he would make me ride in the trunk. I remember looking around to see that we had left the heavy traffic behind us and feeling a little bit better. I took the opportunity to ask what happened to Mom, but Jim just cranked up whatever tape he was listening to. That's when I started to take a closer look at my surroundings. I hadn't recognized the road that we were on, but I knew one of the ones that came right after it, and we missed the turn for my house. That's when I got really scared. I thought Mom was hurt so badly that she had to go to the hospital. What if Jim was driving like this because he had to get me there before she died? I began crying all over again, lost in mindless nightmares about how awful life would be without a mom. I didn't even notice how much time was passing, but altogether, he had me for over an hour, so it must have been about that long. Then, all of a sudden, there were flashing lights behind us. They'd been announcing a description of us in Jim's car on the local radio stations. Had he been listening to those instead of a cassette, he might have chosen to get off the road, and things could have ended very differently. As it was, a few different people stopped to call the police after spotting us along the way. The police found a map in the driver door. Our route had been traced out, and we were only 20 minutes from reaching our destination, an old landfill. Jim also had a shovel, knew that he could never win custody of me, so he decided to take me away from my mom, the only way that he knew how. That got him a considerably longer sentence than the first, but he died of an overdose in prison just 5 years later. I can't say that I'm sorry. One time, my boyfriend and I went camping on a secluded part of the Oregon coast. We made a tent kind of hidden in the dunes. He'd carve our initials onto a log that we used as a bench under our tarp roof. I'd cooked a little dinner and brought it with us so that we could eat it later that night. The setting was perfect. We'd met only a few months prior, and he lived in Seahorse Beach. That night, we'd eat homemade lasagna under the glow of a flashlight taped to a stick. I crawl out from behind the triangle tent, and the beach is empty, and it's a starry sky. The moon's glow is enough to clearly see for a distance. Closer to 2 a.m, he and I have zipped our sleeping bags together and are snuggled up for warmth. He's asleep, but I'm still trying to find a comfortable position in the sand. That's when I think I hear a sound beginning to separate itself from the crashing waves. A car is driving our way on the beach. I wake my boyfriend up, and he quickly gathers as much as he can, just before he and I dive down behind a further set of dunes away from our fort. The car slows and stops near our dune. I think it's a park ranger. We hear a car door open and close, and a pair of feet begin shuffling through the sand up to us. Then the sound of a lighter gets flicked, and the tarp that we were using as shelter engulfs in flames. The person runs back to their car. We hear it turn around and drive the other direction. Just a random act of violence. All of our stuff, the tarp, our sleeping bags, they were burnt. We never found out who would have done that. We're lucky that I was awake, or we'd both be toast by now. People are gross. Several years ago, my computer and webcam were hacked. I'm not great with technology or malicious malware for that matter, so I don't quite understand how they did it, but I know how it happened. It was late 2005. I'm in a chat room, a music chat with a bunch of locals talking to each other about random music. I was chatting about the White Stripes show that I'd gone to with this guy that I'd met in the chat. After a bit of back and forth, we sent each other an individual message. We were talking for a while, and then he sent me a message with a link. He said it was, quote unquote, one of the best Stripes covers he'd ever heard. So I clicked the link. It didn't work, but I just thought that it was because my computer wasn't compatible with whatever was needed to play the video. We continued our conversation, and a few minutes later, he asked me how much the posters on my wall cost. I froze. I did have posters on my wall at the time, but so do a lot of people. There was no way that he could know that for sure, right? He was just messing with me. What do you mean? I asked. The Radiohead poster. That one's really cool. Where'd you get that from? Came the reply. I was horrified. I for sure had a Radiohead poster on my wall, directly behind me. There was no way that he could have worked out that I was into Radiohead, not based on our conversation in the chat. We hadn't even mentioned more than a couple of bands. I was adamant in convincing myself that this individual was simply fortunate in making accurate guesses. But it also crossed my mind that he could be a close friend in real life who was playing a prank on me. So I typed back, "Don't know what you mean, man. The only poster I've got is a Resident Evil one." I didn't really have one, but I wanted him to accept that he was unsuccessful in trying to scare me. He responded, "Huh, really? Weird. I see the Radiohead poster, and I can see what looks like a Modest Mouse poster, but I don't see Resident Evil." I was stunned. He was totally right. I had both of those posters behind me. This had to be one of my friends. I was pretty sure that it was my friend Jesse. He's the only one that would do this kind of thing, pranks and stuff like that. He knew that I would go into this chat sometimes. Plus, he'd been to my place more than a few times, so he would definitely know what my room looked like. I called Jesse. It went straight to voicemail. I began leaving a voicemail telling him that I knew it was him when I saw that this guy was typing in the chat. I saw 3 words. "I'm not Jesse." This was insane. It was honestly horrifying. He had access to my webcam and my microphone. I was shocked. I basically threw myself on the floor and dove to the outlet where everything was plugged in. I was carelessly ripping out every plug there was, computer, charger, whatever. The computer had turned off. I dashed into my room, threw my duvet cover over the computer after unplugging the microphone. I dashed to the corner of my room and I just huddled there, completely unsure what the fuck to do next. What I came to realize, or I guess became paranoid about, was if he was able to get my webcam, my microphone so easily, did that mean that he could somehow get a GPS on where my computer was, therefore exactly where I lived in the city? It was all overwhelming, and maybe it was me overreacting, but at the time, I was terrified. I then got up, dashed to every window, locked it, double-locked the front door, even went as far as putting heavy things in front of the front door. Eventually, I phoned one of my friends and asked if I could stay at their house. They agreed. As I hung up, I felt a little better, but I knew I needed to call my uncle, who was really good with computers. He would know what to do. He arranged for my computer to be debugged the next day. He assured me that the guy couldn't find out exactly where I lived, that I wasn't in any danger. I didn't press him on how he knew this or why I should believe it. I just accepted it, because anything else was honestly too terrifying to think about. But, he was right. I ended up being perfectly fine. My computer was repaired. I stayed at my friend's house for a couple of days before reluctantly going home, looking over my shoulder constantly, of course. The shop had put this privacy thing over my webcam, but I was honestly still so paranoid that it itself was some sort of device. I removed it. I just went with good old-fashioned tape. It was a good lesson on online safety. It's stuff that's just known now, obviously, but for anyone who doesn't know, don't click strange links or links from people you don't know. You never know what their intentions are. This story took place during the summer of 2008, when my best friend got her license and we got our first taste of freedom, but we were also major assholes. There's going to be times you think to yourself, wow, what sorry little shits. Just know that I agree, and that karma is going to slap us with spiked stupid sticks. So on our first day of riding around, Raina and I basically circled town for hours while listening to music. At one point, we got behind a truck with one of those pink cancer ribbon magnets on the tailgate. Raina's aunt had breast cancer, so she wanted one for her car too. We figured they would have some at the mall, but we lived in a smaller town, so our mall had maybe 10 stores and a handful of kiosks. As we walked back to the car, I saw a cancer ribbon on a van parked a few spots down. So I said, "Oh look, they have the magnets here after all." Then I took it and stuck it on the back of Raina's truck. We were both utterly delighted. See, I told you we were little shits, and it gets so much worse. We had this weird little rush over stealing what was probably a $2 magnet and decided that we should try to collect all the different colors. For the rest of the day, we drove through various parking lots in search of these things. We got a few colors, but not the impressive rainbow display that we had imagined. When it started getting late, we decided to swing through Walmart one more time, and we were excited to find a camouflage ribbon. Incredibly pleased that our last stop was a success, I grabbed the new magnet off the black Ford truck. We looked around as we drove away, and no one seemed to be aware of our existence. We had never seen a camouflage ribbon before, but we live in the South. These people put camouflage on everything. By that age, I had seen at least 3 camo-themed weddings and knew more than a dozen guys that would answer camo when asked their favorite color. Most of the older kids at school had camo wraps around their trucks, for Christ's sake. We never considered that they would be associated with the military. Anyway, with the new addition to our collection, we returned to Raina's house where we lined our trophies across her truck. Now, Raina lived pretty far outside of town. When you finally turned onto her long, winding road, the last 5 miles turned to a dirt one lane. If more than a single car came through at a time, one of you was pulling over. It was also a dead end, so we never really saw anyone except for a few neighbors. When Raina's parents saw the magnets, we said we bought a bundle pack, and that was that. I spent the night and we woke up the next morning, ready for another round of magnet hunting. Oh, and in case you're wondering, no, we didn't have anything better to do. We didn't have a movie theater in my town. Kids generally hung out in big empty fields gathered around a bonfire because there was literally nothing else. After breakfast, we got ready to leave, but when we got to her car, all the magnets were gone. Stolen. Instead, an envelope was taped to the trunk in their place. Obviously, this was a depressing number of years ago, so I don't remember everything the letter contained word for word, but I promise this is pretty damn close. Yesterday, I exited Walmart to witness your vehicle stopped behind my truck. I was then shocked and frankly disgusted to witness the theft of the camouflage ribbon. You drove right past me, laughing, without realizing you'd been caught. You also failed to realize I followed you home. I saw your father in the front yard and almost stopped to retrieve my magnet right there. But then I saw the neat little row of ribbons across your truck, and I became even more enraged. I could not trust that your father would instill upon you the respect you so clearly lack. You see, those ribbons hold a very important significance to those who display them. Most signify cancer awareness, but mine, for example, was given to me when my wife was killed by an IED. The ribbons are a symbol, a sign of respect, a simple way to know we are not alone and to show others they are not alone. But you tried to take that away from me. Why? I've taken not only my ribbon, but also those from your other victims. I originally intended to press charges since I have your license plate number and address, but then I realized such an act would make me a suspect should any harm befall you. Since I'm not finished teaching you a lesson, I felt this could become detrimental to my cause. See you soon. We were beyond terrified. We hadn't told anyone else about what we did, so we knew it wasn't a joke. We'd been so immersed in our little world, we hadn't even noticed the truck following us home. We also felt like absolute garbage for thinking the camo ribbons were just for rednecks. Obviously, we didn't go magnet hunting, but we didn't want to stay at Raina's house either, so we decided to go to mine, only we never made it. When heading to town, Raina's small dirt road didn't go straight to the highway. It came to a stop sign. And directly across from you was nothing but forest and a huge dead-end sign with a double arrow pointing left and right. Left took us to the highway, and right took us into an extremely dangerous neighborhood where the meth heads were known to do their cooking. We turned left, and a black truck suddenly pulled out from one of the meth head driveways and zoomed up behind us, riding our ass. It was the black truck. We immediately started crying. To this day, it's still the most terrifying moment of my life. He would get within inches of our bumper and then back off and do it again. He did it all the way to the stop sign, which led to a 65-mile-per-hour highway. Raina was so frightened that she didn't stop. She blew straight across the road to the other side without so much as looking. The other car that was barreling towards us laid on its horn and swerved to miss us. It couldn't have been by more than an inch. I looked back to see the truck sitting at the stop sign, safe and sound. The car that had narrowly avoided us was now stopped on the shoulder, but we were too afraid to turn around. I wouldn't let Raina drive to my house after that. I couldn't handle the thought of this guy finding out where I lived. I made her drive to the police station instead, and we spilled our sorry little guts, all while crying hysterically. Obviously, our parents were called and they were furious, but we didn't even care at that point. We just wanted to go home. The police seemed unsure how much of our story was accurate and how much of it was exaggerated, but we showed them the note, and that was real enough that each of us were followed home by a squad car, just to be safe. For the longest time, nothing else happened. But a few months later, we were in Raina's living room with the curtains open, and the truck drove to the end of the road and left again. It was the last time we ever saw it, but it made us wonder for the longest time, just how often did it drive by, and exactly when did it finally stop. For years, I had what I guess you'd call bad luck in the love department. I'm happily married now, but let's just say I kissed a lot of toads to get here. When people talk about their dating nightmares, I'm always reminded of my own. And no offense to the gal who got ghosted or the guy whose date had bad breath. But I think my experience actually falls into the nightmare category. This was back in 2000, and it was before online dating became the new and improved way to meet someone. I think maybe eHarmony was around, but I was 20 years old and that website seemed like it was for people my parents' age. So I was dating the old-fashioned way, meeting guys at bars or friend of a friend, and none up to this point were successful. Then I met Harrison, a 25-year-old swim instructor from Tallahassee. I thought my luck had changed. He walked into the restaurant I'd worked at for 3 years, and I was his waitress. Charming fellow, Harrison was. He was kind and flirtatious throughout his entire visit. And it was that first visit that I learned almost everything I knew about him. I learned that he was a swim instructor, he loved dogs, and that he'd had his heart broken recently. Now, maybe some of you would call this type of sharing a red flag. Who tells a stranger that they just met about their heartbreak? However, I wasn't fazed. None of this came off as creepy, and honestly, I was flirting with him, asking him all sorts of questions, and he was doing the same. Eventually, my shift was over, and I noticed that Harrison was in the bar. I wasn't 21 at the time, but as a waitress, I was allowed to walk back there for work. Luckily, the bartender working was a friend, and she knew what I was trying to do and let me chat with my new friend. He smiled at me instantly and said, "I've been waiting for you, actually. Figured I could buy you a drink." I had to disclose to Harrison I wasn't quite of age yet, and he suggested going back to his place. And now I know what you're thinking, and I was thinking it too. And honestly, I wasn't exactly ready to run off with this guy yet, so I made a silly excuse about having to babysit that night, but wanted to give him my number. Numbers were exchanged. It was wonderful. Hearts, butterflies, the whole deal. Fast forward about a week later. I never heard from the guy. Texting was sort of new at the time, so I wasn't sure I'd hear from him in that way, but I did kind of expect a call. Well, who walks into my restaurant that week? Harrison, of course. I'm hanging in the back as I see him walk in, and it basically looks like he's asking for me. The hostess confirms this by coming to find me, so I act busy in the back. After a couple of minutes, I greet him at the front, and I ask if he needs a table. I wasn't going to act any sort of way. I guess I felt a little jaded. But he dives right in. He's sorry he hasn't called, so busy getting his new gig set up at the local swimming pool. He's sort of panicked, he's nervous, blah, blah. Well, he was ticking all the boxes I needed to agree to go on a date with him that night when I was off work. He comes back a couple of hours later to pick me up. I leave the guy's number and name with my friend at the restaurant. I joke that if I don't show up tomorrow, then this is the guy that murdered me. We share a laugh, and I go meet my date outside. Of course he drives a cool car, I remember thinking to myself. He hops out and opens my door, still checking all those boxes. I ask him where we're headed, and he says, "We're going dancing." He playfully asks if I've got my dancing shoes on. We make small talk, listen to music. I remember that's how I learned he could sing. Eventually, we pull into the parking lot of an old barn converted into an all-ages dance club. I'm so excited I almost hop out of the car before he even parks it. But before I do, he tells me, "Hang on a minute," while grabbing my arm. Not too hard, but it was meant to stop me from leaving the car. I wait, somewhat patiently, but I end up asking what we're waiting for. He doesn't answer me. He's looking around the parking lot instead, so I follow his eyes, but yeah, I've got no idea what he's looking for. Then he says, "Okay, we gotta go." And without any more words, he quickly shifts the car into reverse, and we're on our way out. For a moment, I'm just silent, waiting for him to explain himself. He didn't. Instead, he nervously looked from the road to his rear view, over and over, until finally I decided to look too. There was a car following us, pretty close at this point, and so I asked him, "Do you know them?" He shakes his head, indicating no, and then he makes an incredibly sharp right turn onto a different road. After I adjust from the turn, I ask him, "What the hell?" He nonchalantly apologizes and then lets out a "shit" while looking in the rear view. At this point, I'm officially not liking the situation and really hating the short to no answers I'm getting, and I abruptly ask him to just take me back to the restaurant. It's closer than my house, and I was no longer sure I wanted Harrison knowing where I lived. But he ignores me and starts picking up speed. I brace myself by grabbing the door frame, and out of curiosity and fear, I decide to look behind us again. There's still a car following us, and it too is picking up speed. We hit a fork in the road, and a left would take us to the restaurant, and a right would take us to the next town over. I was so relieved when we took a left, but it was short-lived when I realized whoever was following us was still following us. Not only that, their car was extremely close. In moments after the turn, they almost hit our car. Then suddenly, they're trying to pass us on the wrong side of the road. Harrison puts out another shit, but quickly follows it up with a crazy bitch. And that's when it sort of clicked with me. He had to know who this person was, because there's no way he could see the driver if I couldn't. Who? Who's a crazy bitch? Who's following us, Harrison? I'm no longer patient or kind. When we're getting close enough to the restaurant, I'm hoping he just drops me off and I never see him again. I should be so lucky. Instead, he starts blocking the car from passing him by also traveling into the oncoming lane. And that's when I just start yelling to let me out, let me out. For a while, he doesn't listen, but suddenly, he starts to slow slightly and whips into a gas station just before the restaurant. I think to get out of the car, but he beats me to it, telling me, "Stay here," and closes the door. Immediately and somewhat crouched down, I turn to see what's about to unfold through the back window. I see a woman exit the driver's side and immediately charges towards Harrison. He braces for her with his arms out in front. Once they connect, she's screaming all sorts of things at him. Liar, cheater, piece of shit. I mean, you name it, she's saying it. For a moment, I think I should just make a run towards the restaurant. It's only a few blocks, I reason with myself. Then the woman starts swatting at his chest, still calling him names, and yet he maintains distance by holding his arms out. I can hear her yelling turn to sobbing, and she turns her attention to Harrison's car. Oh God, please don't come near me, is all I can think. I'm all of 5 foot, 120 pounds, soaking wet, and I've never been in a fight in my life. Needless to say, I was not prepared for any of this. Especially what actually happens next. The woman is kicking and screaming now, her kicks directed at Harrison's car. The bumper, the doors, his taillights. She's going for all of it. Granted, she's only using her hands, but her aggression seems to be making some damage. Truthfully, I wasn't even thinking about myself anymore. I did lock the doors, but now I was just watching this shit show explode in front of me. I decided this was a decent time to call my friend from the restaurant. She's still working, but her shift ends shortly. I dial the number and start explaining to my friend the moment she answers the phone. She tells me to get the F out of there. I'm literally in the middle of it. But then it gets worse. I watch as Harrison grabs the woman by her hair, yanking her away from the car, aggressively. Seconds later, I see Harrison whip her around, wrap his hands around her throat. He's fucking choking her. Oh, fuck no, I think to myself. I tell my friend what's happening and she tells me now's my chance to run away. She's right. I keep her on the line as I unlock the door and scream at Harrison, trying to get his attention so he stops choking the woman. But he's blinded with rage, not even paying attention to me. In a last-ditch effort to get him off, I scoop up a handful of gravel and throw it in his face. I do this 2 more times until he finally stops. The woman drops to the ground. She's not dead. That's all I needed to know before making a run for it. I could hear Harrison yelling after me. He sounded angry. I'm scared, don't get me wrong, but I don't go to the restaurant. Instead, I head straight into the gas station. I tell the attendant to call the police, that a man is strangling a woman in his parking lot right now. I look outside with the man, and the scuffle continues, with the woman kicking up at Harrison as he tries to grab her up off the ground. I hear the attendant describe the man and his car to the dispatcher. And I don't know why, but I'm asking the attendant if there's anything that he can do, pleading with him that this girl needs help. Then I hear my friend in my ear. I forgot I'd had my phone to my ear because she'd been so quiet, but she tells me, "I'm coming," and hangs up. Within moments of the call ending, I see Harrison is no longer outside of his car. He's now in his car and officially driving away. The woman is just sitting on the gravel in front of her own car. I suspect she's crying. I considered going out there to talk to her, but before I could muster the courage, she's getting up and fixing her way back into her car. So what happens if they both leave? Like, what are the cops gonna do now? I asked the attendant, assuming he had more experience in this department than myself, but he shakes his head and says, I have no idea. Did you get a license plate for them? All that time, and I never wrote down or texted the license plate. My friend beats the cops to the gas station, and with her, she's holding a piece of paper. It's got the name and the number I wrote down earlier. But, like the beautiful genius that she is, my friend also jotted down Harrison's license plate when we were leaving the restaurant that night. I hug her, thanking her. She waits with me as I give my statement to the police, and eventually drives me home. Normally, I'd take a bus, but my friend wasn't allowing it, and I was grateful. All I wanted was to get home as quick as possible, take a shower, and forget this whole mess. The whole ride home, we just talked about what a bullet I dodged. I was totally enamored by this guy, and if it wasn't for this incident, it might have taken me a lot longer to figure out who he really was. I called my cell phone carrier the next day and had Harrison's number blocked. I consider myself lucky that this is the only time I've ever seen a man lay his hands on a woman. So in the end, Mr. Perfect was anything but perfect. He was indeed the opposite. A true asshole. Scum. And I also consider myself lucky that that was truly the last time I ever had to see Harrison. Hopefully, he's locked away somewhere, far away from women. Like I said, I'm married, so no, not all men are creeps, bad guys, scum, abusers. But they do exist. So, it's okay to have your guard up a little when you're getting to know someone. Taking that extra time could save you a whole lot of hurt. I'm a 22-year-old female, and I've just gotten out of a horrible ordeal. Since finding this community, I've read a lot of stories similar to mine, and they've encouraged me to share my own. I think a big part of why I waited so long is because I've known Brady since kindergarten. I didn't want to believe he was capable of hurting me. When you only go to one small school for your entire life, you get to know your classmates fairly well. Brady and I were always friends, but we didn't start dating until our sophomore year. I felt so lucky to have him. All of the girls had rocky relationships with immature football players who cheated on them or bragged about their sex lives. But Brady wasn't like that. In fact, he was the exact opposite in every way. He wanted to spend all of our time together. And when we couldn't be together, he wanted to be on the phone or at least texting. Even if I had to do homework or eat, he would message me the whole time and become annoyed if I didn't answer fast enough. At first, it made me feel special, and he was even kind of cute when he got upset. It wasn't a scary type of anger, more like a pouty puppy who doesn't want to go in his kennel. But as I transitioned out of the honeymoon phase, it became less endearing and more annoying. I wasn't even allowed to have a girls' day without the world coming to an end. We could spend every night of the week together, but if I wanted to spend one of them with my friends, he would say that I should just break up with him if I didn't love him anymore. It's not like I wanted to do girls' night every week, just once a month, maybe. But most of the time, Brady was a gentle, caring sweetheart. He could make me laugh until I cried without even trying. I truly believe that he could have been a comedian if he put his mind to it. I dealt with his control issues until junior year, when I went to my grandmother's house for Christmas, and Brady couldn't handle it. She lived 6 hours away, so there was no chance to see each other for the entire week. I knew that it would be hard on him, so I tried to break the news to him gently, but he lost his mind. That was the first time I saw him express true anger, and it terrified me. I said that we could have a special early Christmas before I left and promised to make New Year's one to remember, but I don't think he heard a word I said. He just kept crying, and I went home after he punched a hole in his wall. The next day, he sent me a long message saying we were through if I went to my grandmother's, and considering my parents weren't giving me a choice, my hands were kind of tied. It broke my heart for it to end that way. I never dreamed he would break up with me, and now it happened because of one lousy week with my family. I know this sounds insane, but I was a teenager experiencing my first broken heart. So I was furious with my parents, not Brady. It was their fault that we broke up. They were forcing me to abandon him. That's what he convinced me was happening, that he wasn't dumping me, I was abandoning him. It's amazing what an emotionally distressed teenager will believe. In my anger, I told my parents everything in a very dramatic manner. I explained how they were essentially ruining my life by making me go to my grandmother's, and I swore I would never forgive them if they didn't let me stay home. Obviously, they were incredibly concerned, but not for the same reasons. They tried so hard to reason with me, to explain Brady's reaction wasn't normal, and how that level of attachment is unhealthy or even dangerous. I think they were trying to make me understand how wrong it was without frightening me. Ultimately, they ended the conversation by saying the distance would be good for both of us, and that was the end of that, as far as they were concerned. Brady didn't speak to me the entire time I was gone, and when we returned to school, he avoided me like the plague. No matter what I did, he wouldn't even acknowledge me, so I gave up. I thought if he had time to calm down, he would realize there was no reason to fight. Only that wasn't the case. He stopped ignoring me and began terrorizing me instead. It was nothing physical, just harassing texts and snaps, spreading rumors, all that good stuff. It lasted through the rest of the school year. And then I spent the entire summer at my grandmother's house. Brady stopped harassing me a few weeks later. When school started back, I learned it was because he had a new girlfriend, and I felt the biggest sense of relief. I had been terrified of my senior year being full of drama and heartache, but now I was free. It actually was a great year, and I moved away for college after graduation, but I had to quit after my first year. My mom was diagnosed with cancer, and I had to move back home to help take care of her while Dad worked. I got a job waiting tables at night so I could help with household expenses, and Brady couldn't have been further from my mind. I practically forgot he existed until he walked into the restaurant and sat in my section a couple of weeks ago. If I had seen him sooner, I would have given the table to someone else, but I was asking for his drink order by the time I recognized him. He was with a couple of guys we went to high school with, so we all had an awkward mini reunion, and I truly couldn't get them out of there fast enough. That being said, Brady seemed completely normal towards me. He wasn't flirty, overbearing, cold, or awkward, and I left work that night feeling good about the encounter. I didn't really expect to hear from him again. A week later, he sent me a friend request on Facebook, and I accepted it. I was admittedly worried about how he might react if I ignored it, but I really didn't think that he would cause any harm. After all, I could always block him later. It was only 3 days later that I had to block him. He messaged me the moment I accepted his request. He liked and commented on all of my pictures, and he kept trying to ask me out. I would have loved for us to be friends, but he needed to see someone about his attachment issues before entering into another relationship. Once I finally accepted that, I tried to explain it to Brady in the gentlest way possible. But he reacted exactly the same as when I went to visit my grandmother. After going in circles for over an hour, there was nothing more I could do except block him. About 30 minutes later, my phone began ringing off the hook with a slew of random numbers that were all Brady using some caller ID spoofing app. I'm not sure how he got my number, but I know it was him. When the calls finally stopped an hour later, the text started not 10 minutes after. I didn't respond to any, I just blocked each number as they came through, but he would go from asking why I didn't love him to telling me how I was broken. One message would pledge his undying love for me, and the next he would call me a selfish bitch who didn't deserve him. The text stopped after only 10 or 15 phone numbers, and I could finally relax. I hadn't considered that if he tracked down my phone number, he might have been able to track down my address as well. I tried to have a normal night and go to bed at my usual time, but I was in and out of consciousness. When I first heard someone moving around the apartment, I thought that it was a dream, but then I very clearly heard the click of my bedroom door opening, and I was wide awake in an instant. I knew it was Brady. There's no way a burglar just so happened to break into my apartment the same night that he was harassing me. I could barely hear his footsteps over my pounding heart, but it sounded as if he were just pacing back and forth at the foot of my bed, like he was working up his nerve. I couldn't decide if I should keep pretending to be asleep or sit up and beg him to leave. It was driving me crazy not to be able to see him. Occasionally, his steps would pause, and those moments were the worst. I pictured him leaning over me with a knife and suddenly plunging it into my back. But then I heard the hammer of a gun being cocked, and I knew it wasn't a knife he planned to use. I was too overcome with fear to hold it in any longer. A loud sob escaped into my pillow, and I forced myself to sit up so that I could face my murderer. He was now standing next to my bed, and his gun was pointed right at my chest. I screamed, I cried, I begged him not to shoot me. I wasn't thinking about anything else. The entire world melted away. Brady and I were the only two people left in existence. I didn't think my life flashed before my eyes, but time did slow down to an incredibly slow speed. It almost felt like I'd be able to dodge the bullet if he did pull the trigger. It gave me time to think. I tried to convince Brady that I wanted him back, that it wasn't too late. I said all of the words I thought he wanted to hear. Sometimes I thought it was working, and other times I thought he would just shoot me no matter what I said. Thankfully, I'll never have to know which answer was correct. The lady who lives beneath me heard every word and called the police. They came with their sirens off so they wouldn't spook Brady. Then they used some sort of heat vision goggles to see that he was now standing just a few feet away with his gun trained on my chest. 1 minute I was groveling for my life, and the next, there was a loud bang mixed with the sound of shattering glass, and I felt something hot, wet, and sticky splash all over my face. It was Brady's blood. He died instantly without making a sound. Seconds later, a bunch of cops charged into the room and confirmed the only one threat was now quite harmless. I still have nightmares about it sometimes, but I'll take that over being the one who was shot any day. I don't want my relief to be mistaken for happiness. I'm not happy he's dead. I wish that he could have gotten the help that he needed, but at least I won't be looking over my shoulder for the rest of my life. There's something about the birth of a child that attracts demons for a certain amount of time before and after the child is brought into the realm. People that are close to the family often begin to have vivid night terrors. Some may even see the demons trying to infiltrate their sanctity. Before my sister Harriet even knew she was pregnant, her and her boyfriend were nearing the end of their abusive 3-year relationship. Chris was a psycho that everyone in the family hated. He was a bully and would leave Harriet with a broken cheekbone before moving out to Vegas with his friend. Her hospital visit is where doctors would tell her that she was pregnant. Harriet obtained her ex's phone number from his sister. When Harriet broke the news to Chris, he hung up on her, and they never spoke again. The further along she got in her pregnancy, the more negative energy would attract to Harriet and the people closest to her. I saw firsthand dark entities loitering in the corner of her bedroom like wallflowers waiting to be acknowledged. I never gave them the attention they sought after, ignoring their presence as I passed through rooms. Pretty quickly, they would realize there wasn't a sustainable source of energy for them to take from, and they'd leave. When they go, they move to the next member of the family, searching for an easier source to feed from, like my cousin Isaiah. He called me 15 miles outside the reservation at some gas station payphone, saying that he had walked to a garage sale that he'd seen in a vision earlier that morning. It showed him where the perfect gift for the new baby would be. When I picked him up, he hops into the passenger seat and tosses a large, dirty, stuffed Scooby-Doo in the back. My eyes follow the stained dog as it lands in the back seat before I ask him if that's what he's got for the baby. With excitement, he says, yeah. I ask if his vision really showed him a dirty, stuffed dog to give to this baby. He says the vision showed him where, but not what. When he saw the Scooby-Doo doll, it's like he knew that's what he was there for. He was too tired to make the walk back home, though, so he was grateful that I was able to come pick him up. We dropped the stuffed animal off at my sister's, and she was just as perturbed about the gift as I was. Afraid the matted dog had germs, Harriet set it out back as soon as we left. A few moments later, she'd hear pounding at the front door. Thinking it was me or Isaiah again, she leaves the back door open and hustles over to open the front. But by the time Harriet gets there, nobody's on the other side. When she turns around, the stuffed Scooby-Doo is sitting at her feet. She kicked it away in fright, sending the dog under her dining room table before running to the back bedroom and locking herself in. I'd receive a call just after dropping off Isaiah. Harriet was calling his house phone. She knew that's where we were going next. I almost missed it, but Isaiah ran out calling my name as I was getting ready to leave his driveway. Going inside to pick up the phone, I couldn't help but notice how much Isaiah had let the place go to shambles. A week prior, I showed up to get some firewood and this place looked fine. Now there was newspaper taped to every window. Looking up, I was astonished to see the ceiling covered in reflective aluminum foil. When I answered, Harriet told me what happened. She feared someone was in the house, and she asked me to stop by again on my way home. She said her back door was still wide open. I told her I'd be there, then hung up. Before leaving Isaiah's, I asked why he'd done all of this to his home. He told me he heard an Art Bell episode with someone saying aluminum disrupts the alien tracking transmissions, or ATTs. Isaiah firmly believes he was abducted when he was a toddler. He says if you've been contacted, they'll continue to contact you until your purpose has been fulfilled with them, whatever that purpose may be. I believe in extra-worldly beings, but not to the extent of Isaiah. We live right next to Lake Michigan and Lake Superior, and he's always said the aliens were living somewhere out there, under the water. I thought Isaiah was losing it. Almost not wanting to be an enabler of his delusions, I told him Harriet needed me to swing by her place, but we'd continue the conversation later that night. Once again, I'd find myself putting out a cigarette next to the one that I'd ashed out a few hours prior. But now, the sun had set by the time I walked around to the back of her house to see that the door was still ajar. When I walked in, the stuffed dog was sitting on the couch in the dark living room. I flipped on a couple of lights and called out for Harriet, but she didn't respond. I walk back to her bedroom and knock on the door, then call her name again. A couple seconds later, I hear the doorknob unlock, but she doesn't open the door. When I slowly push it open, I'm met with a butcher knife inches from my face. She screams, I scream, and we both leap backwards. Harriet says she didn't know it was me. Apparently, moments after we'd gotten off the phone together, she heard someone call her name from the living room. Knowing it would be impossible for me to have arrived that fast, she stays hidden in the bedroom. The voice called out to her a few more times. It even tried the bedroom door handle before leaving. I didn't know what to say. When she sees the stuffed Scooby-Doo on the couch, she asks if I put it there. When I say no, she grabs it and throws it out the front door, then latches every lock that she has on every door and window attached to her home. Harriet exhausts herself, walking from room to room, checking out the windows for any unwanted visitors on her property. The temperature had dropped severely, and it started to snow that night. When Harriet asked me to stay, I was reluctant because there was a high chance we'd be snowed in the next day. But when your sister is 7 months pregnant, it's your inherent duty as a brother to make sure she feels safe. So I obliged and made myself a bed on the sofa. That night, I tossed and turned. Harriet's couch was uncomfortable, and the paper-thin blankets she'd given me wasn't enough to escape the cold. At one point during the night, it begins to feel exceptionally cold. I'm dozing off, but still awake. I open my eyes, and you can see snow falling on the front porch. This jolts me awake, realizing what I'm looking at is shown through the doorframe of an open front door. Standing just inside the doorway, partially hidden within the darkness of the living room, I see it. A demon stood silently in the living room, between the small amount of light casted from the window and the open door. When it clicked in my head as to what I was looking at, I tried to act like I didn't notice it crouched down in the corner. Exercising every bit of willpower I could muster up, I forced my eyes closed and focused on slowing my heart rate. To this day, I don't fully know if that was a dream or not, but when I woke up the next morning, the front door was shut and locked. I'd soon open it again to find over 6 inches of fresh snow had landed overnight. Harriet was still asleep, and I was going to attempt to dig my truck out of her driveway before bothering to wake her up and say goodbye. Borrowing a small shovel from her patio garden, I begin to shovel the snow away from my back tires. A couple stabs in, the shovel makes contact with the gravel, so I move to the back right tire. My first stab into the snow, I hit something hard, but it's not the ground. I don't know what it is, so I start to dig around the object. Soon, I discovered it was a boot I'd previously hit with my shovel. I grab the boot to pull it from the snow, but when I lift it, the weight immediately indicates the boot's attached to something. I dug under my truck more, uncovering a man. He's in a t-shirt and sweatpants. From the looks of it, he froze to death seeking shelter under my truck. I run back inside and wake up Harriet before calling tribal police. Harriet gets on some shoes and walks outside with me to see the frozen man. She's horrified to discover that it's Chris lying under my truck. When the snow thawed, we'd find other belongings of his. They were in the bushes that lined her house. Detectives said it looked like he'd been camping out there for at least a few days. My theory is that he was planning on going after Harriet, but when he saw me there, he decided to wait, but didn't expect the weather to change so dramatically. But who knows? Chris was a bit of a drunk. It's possible he passed out unintentionally. Either way, I'll never look at shoveling snow quite the same, or Scooby-Doo, for that matter. Three years ago was a busy, hectic time in my life. I was graduating college, started a new job, broke up with my boyfriend, and my grandpa had just died. He was pretty old, but naturally, I was sad. Normally, I try to be a very organized person, but during this time, I was especially disorganized. Sure, I managed to keep my room and car clean, but my brain was a disaster. When your brain is fried like that, it's like you have no business even taking care of yourself. At least that was my experience. One night after working an almost 12-hour shift, I found myself barely making it to my car. I was so tired. It wasn't until I was already inside the car that I realized that I didn't have to unlock anything. I was so pissed at myself. I double-checked the glove box to make sure nothing was missing. I kept my spare apartment key in the glove box, and thankfully, it was still there. I made a mental note in my flurry of mental notes to remember to lock my damn car. As I drove home, I argued with myself. Had I even opened the glove box, or was it already open? But nothing was missing, so I let myself forget and decided I'd park where I could see my car moving forward. A few nights after this, I had a strange experience at work. The first thing was when I went to grab my purse from the employee lockers. It was obvious that someone had moved my purse. I was put off by this because up until this point, I'd basically trusted everyone I worked with. But as I looked through my purse, I noticed nothing was actually missing, including the cash in my wallet, which was still there. About 30 minutes later, it was time for me to officially clock out. while walking to my car, I felt like someone was watching me. It was a strange sensation that I wasn't sure how to place, but I found myself looking around. But scanning back towards the restaurant, I can see someone peering through the back door window. I don't get a good enough look at them to see exactly who it is before they move away from the window. But it's someone, and they must work here since this door is an employee-only door and located in the back of the kitchen. It freaks me out. Just to feel someone is watching you and then to have your fears realized, actualized, I didn't like it. So I got into my car as quickly as I could. The next day, I called in sick for work. I should have worked that night, but I'd spent the previous night and all that morning working on something that would be the difference between me graduating on time or not. So I made the split-second decision, called my friend Lily to cover me. Through all the stress, I'd basically forgotten all the weirdness from the week, until later that evening, when I got a call from my dad. I literally almost didn't answer because of how stressed I was, but I did anyway, sounding a little annoyed to keep it short. But before I could even finish my hello, Dad, he was asking me, very seriously, if I had my apartment key. A little confused, I told him of course I had my keys. He asked me again, and he told me to be sure I had my house key. Annoyed, I told him yes, I have my keys. I'm staring at my house key as we speak. And what about your spare key? He asked. For some reason, this gave me chills. I asked my dad what the hell was going on. He says he'll explain everything, but he needs to know if I have my spare key. Fine, I tell him. I'll go check. I ran to my car and went through the motions, totally expecting to find my key, and I did. I relay the message to my dad, and he tells me that they caught a man trying to break into their house that evening. My parents lived 15 minutes in the other direction from my work, and so, though concerned, I wasn't sure why they were calling me and asking about my key. My dad continues, saying he and my mom were in bed, which sounded more appropriate for 9 p.m. My parents are older, like in their 60s. I'm 23 at this point. But they weren't asleep. My mom tells my dad, whose hearing isn't so great, that she thinks someone's trying to unlock the door. The only other person with a key to my parents' house is me, and I keep it on my key ring with all my other keys in my purse. So my dad just gets up and looks out their bedroom window, from which you can see the front door. He sees a man wearing all black, including gloves, well lit under the porch light. Sure enough, he appears to be trying to get inside the door. My dad has my mom phone the police. Meanwhile, this man doesn't appear to be doing anything to try to get inside, other than trying to use this key to open the door. My dad grabs his gun, and as he walks towards the front door, he doesn't see the man through the peephole. My mom shuffles out saying that they're trying to unlock the side door now. This is a door on the side of the house that leads to the laundry room outside my parents' room. My dad heads to the only door left, the back door. And when he does, the lights are instantly triggered outside. Not by my dad, but by the man who was making his way to the same door. I guess because the inside lights were still off, he didn't seem to notice my dad standing directly on the other side of the doors, despite there being a window. Then the man tries, as he did with the others, to unlock the door with a key that clearly doesn't fit. My dad opens the door, and almost immediately the man drops everything and stumbles backwards. Before he can get up, my dad tells him not to move, all while pointing his pistol at the guy. The guy scrambled for words and said that he thought this was his friend's house. He was told to let himself in. My dad isn't buying it, asks the man what his friend's name is. After not answering for a while, he says my name. The police show up. My dad puts his gun away, and the police initially just stop the guy, saying they need to ask him some questions. So obviously my dad stays out there to get as much information as he can. At this point in the story, I stop my dad and I ask him who the hell the guy is. He says the guy's name, Shane, asking me if I know the guy. I know someone with that first name, and my mind just starts racing. My dad asks me if I know this guy. When I tell him who he is, he gets quiet. In his silence, so many thoughts are going through my head. My dad speaks up and tells me very seriously, we need to have your landlord change your locks. But why? What was going on? How did Shane from work know where my parents lived? And why did my dad think he had my key? That's when my dad told me the rest of the story. He collected the things that Shane had dropped in surprise. Among them was the key he'd been using to try to get inside my parents' house. My dad took the key, and as the police continued to speak to the man, he went inside to grab his key ring. On it, he keeps a copy of my keys. He compares the two, and they match. This is why my dad thought the man had one of my keys. He asks me if anything suspicious has happened lately. And that's when I go through the events of the last couple of weeks. After explaining everything, we realize that the guy must have made a copy of my key. I started replaying all of those moments in my head, every interaction I'd had with Shane since he started working at the restaurant. I thought of the man staring at me from the back. I played the purse and car incident over and over again in my head. Was Shane working those nights, those days? Damn me for not paying more attention, I thought. But that's when I realized something else. My address. I had never updated my address. My registration, my ID, everything in my glove box and wallet shows the same address. My parents' address. Holy shit. I literally felt so violated and immediately felt the need to recheck all of my locks and doors and windows, and I just fully panicked with my dad on the phone. That's when he had to go. He said he'd call me back once the police left. I had no idea they were even still there. But feeling 8 years old all over again, I begged him not to hang up. So he handed the phone off to my mom. She did her best to comfort me, but I hated that I could feel the fear in her voice. She wanted me to basically tell her everything I'd just told my dad, but I couldn't even get my head to stop spinning. What else had he taken? What was he going to do? I told my mom to have Dad call me back. I definitely wasn't going to be sleeping, but I needed to call my friend Lily. I asked Lily if she's still at the restaurant, and she says she is. So I ask her to send me a picture of the schedule from the last 2 weeks. She's confused but agrees to do it. I tell her I'll explain everything when I compare our schedules. I noticed that Shane was the closing cook on most of my shifts, except for Wednesdays and Fridays. It was a Wednesday that I'd left my car unlocked. A few times he would leave his shift 30 minutes after I started mine. He had time and opportunity, I reasoned with myself. The night that someone had been watching me, he was one of 2 closers. He wasn't working the night that my purse was rifled through, but almost everything else had matched. Still, something didn't feel right. One thing that just made my head spin was how absolutely under the radar this guy had been. He never struck me as someone who even wanted to talk to girls, let alone creep on them. I noticed he was a little shy. He always said hi to us girls, though almost always immediately put his head down, as if eye contact were too much for him. But I guess I'd hardly noticed him, and that kind of scared me. My dad called me back, and that's when he told me that he thought I should call my employer, that I should definitely quit my job. He tells me the police can't really confirm his identity. He's not carrying any ID, and he doesn't appear to have a vehicle nearby. My dad is furious, cursing and saying things under his breath about how they better do their job. He again mentions that I need to quit mine a few times. He's saying other stuff, but I started breaking down. But then he said something that at first just seemed like him blowing off steam, but then it makes me snap out of it immediately and ask him, "Wait, what did you just say? Short piece of shit?" Shane isn't short. Not by a long shot. He's got at least a few inches on my dad and several on me. That's when I tell my dad he needs to tell the police right now that the man they're talking to isn't who he says he is. I ask my dad, describe the man to me in detail. So he does. And that's when I look at the photos of the schedules and I compare them once more. But this time, I compare them against Manny's schedule. But unlike Shane, Manny's is a perfect match. Except for Fridays, and tonight was Friday. I tell my dad I know exactly who that guy is. I go on Facebook and take a screenshot of Manny's Facebook. I send it to my dad. He tells me to hold on while he shows the officer. I felt slightly fired up at this point. I shout to my dad that he's impersonating someone and I can prove it. He still has me on hold, and I'm pacing within my apartment. Finally, I hang up. I call Lily's cell phone and explain everything. She's shocked. She also throws in that she wishes I would have told her what I was doing earlier, because she could have told me that Shane was working tonight. We spend a couple of minutes talking about how shocked we both are. We've both known Manny for over a year. We would have never, in a million years, have predicted he'd be capable of anything remotely shady. He was kind, helpful, but not too helpful. I mean, the guy had a fucking family. We both met his kid, his wife. I tell Lily I gotta call her back. My dad's calling. I answer, and he tells me Manny's been arrested. He sounds defeated, and I assume it's because he's tired. But then he tells me the police searched Manny's bag, and it was clear he had nefarious intentions. It was also clear that he'd initially lied to police about his identity. I begged my dad to tell me what they found in the bag, and reluctantly, he eventually did. Duct tape, zip ties, a ski mask, condoms, lube, pills, a knife, and a photo of his family. What the actual fuck? Sick to my stomach is the only way I can describe how I felt. I wasn't even scared anymore. I was just fully disgusted, and it dawned on me how goddamn lucky I was. I'd been so stressed out, letting a lot of things slip my mind. I'd let my guard down, probably, but I'd also forgotten to do simple things like update my address, and thank fucking God for that. I did end up quitting my job. So did Lily. Why? Because Manny started showing up again. He'd gotten out of jail, and he was trying to get his job back. Absolutely not. This is how people end up dead, staying in places like this. School was over for me. Nothing was keeping me there, so I left. I decided to keep my address as my parents' and use a P.O. box for everything else. I moved to somewhere I won't name here, somewhere far enough away that I don't think Manny could find me. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about it, just about all the time. Growing up, I was raised by a single mother in a very rural area. We only had one other person living on our road, a middle-aged woman named Juniper, but I called her Auntie June. When Mom had to work nights or weekends, I'd just walk across the field and stay next door. When I was really little, Mom used to always explain June's odd behaviors by saying she was eccentric or quirky, but sometime right after my 8th birthday, I overheard her talking with my granddad. He didn't like that she let me spend so much time with that witch. He wanted to take care of me instead, before June had me worshiping the devil. Mom said that he was being ridiculous, and they argued for a few minutes, but Granddad didn't get his way. He was a grouchy, boring old man who made me sit quietly in my room all day because children weren't meant to be seen or heard, as far as he was concerned. They were only there to learn responsibility until they could become contributing members of society. I ran back to my room as he was leaving so Mom wouldn't suspect I heard anything. I wanted so badly to ask how anyone could think Auntie June was a witch, but 8-year-old me just wasn't brave enough. Especially after Mom came to ask what I usually did when I went over there. Deep down, I knew we'd done absolutely nothing wrong, but Granddad had given me doubts, so I kept things brief. I loved helping her with her herb garden. That was one of my favorite things to do, and for the longest time, I wanted to be a botanist because of it. We also baked cookies and made jewelry out of rocks, crystals, and beads while watching TV or listening to music. Sometimes she would tell me little stories. Well, I thought that they were just stories at the time. About the horned god, the triple goddess, and different things about nature. But I had a feeling Mom wouldn't like them as much as I did, so I left that part out. Of course, I would soon find out that they weren't fairy tales. They were her actual beliefs. A few nights later, Mom had to work a night shift, which meant I would finally get to ask Auntie June why Granddad thought she was a witch. There was truly nothing I wouldn't have been comfortable talking to this woman about. I ran all the way to her house, burst through the door, and there she was. Before she could even say hello, I said, Auntie, why does my pappy think you're a witch?" "Ah, childhood. Fuck that shit." June had been washing dishes and I startled her. The plate she was rinsing slid from her hands back into the sink, and she turned towards me, wide-eyed and tight-lipped. My stomach dropped. I thought that I'd made the nicest woman in the world angry with me. But then she began laughing hysterically. She said people like to call her a witch because ignorant folks tend to slap that title onto any alternative religion. They're the same ones who treat paganism and Wicca like dirty words. I asked if people felt that way because those religions worship the devil, and she laughed even harder. She said it couldn't be explained so easily, that the original structure of the practice had grown and evolved to the point where many different sects now existed, and they all had varying beliefs. I was completely fascinated with all of it. I wanted to learn everything there was to know, but June said that she wasn't sure if my mom would be comfortable with her teaching me those kinds of things. I can't remember what it was, but something she said made me ask if the stories she told me were about her religion. She said that they were a mixture of stories from several belief systems, and only a few had been from her own. Of course, that made my mind run wild, trying to guess which stories, but there were just too many to choose from. I asked her if any of them really worshiped the devil, and she said that some did, but failed to elaborate further. I tried once more to ask which religion she practiced, but she said it was too complicated to put a single name to it without further explanation. Finally, I made one last attempt to clarify. "But you don't worship the devil, right?" She only rolled her eyes and said, "What do you think, child? Do you judge a person by what they believe or by their character?" I took it as one of those things adults said, like it's what's on the inside that counts. Before I could think it through any further, she changed the subject and we baked a batch of brownies, but I was still thinking hard over our conversation. The more I thought about it, I realized she said people called her a witch because that title went with any alternative religion. It only sounded that way because of how she said it. June didn't believe in lying. She was very serious about owning one's truth no matter what, but she wasn't opposed to phrasing things just so. Anyway, the night grew late and we settled into our respective recliners to watch Looney Tunes until we fell asleep. At least that's what we usually did. That night I made myself stay awake, and once I heard the familiar sound of her snoring, I went snooping. It occurred to me that every time any devil or occult stuff was on TV, there was always some kind of scary, evil-looking shrine. I figured if I went through every room in her house and didn't find a shrine, she couldn't be a devil worshiper. Well, I poked through every closet, and I even looked under the beds, but I didn't find anything that seemed suspicious. The next morning, my mom came to wake me up. I felt silly about the whole thing. Within a few days, I forgot about the incident entirely, and life continued as it always had, but only for 2 more years. My mom met a guy not too long after all of this happened, and they got married the following year. When I was 10, we had to move to Utah for my stepdad's new job, and I'll never forget the day I told June. I expected her to be sad, maybe even cry a little like I had, but I didn't expect complete and total fury. She was outraged. She marched right past me and over to my house like I didn't exist anymore. She didn't even knock. She just barged right through our back door and began telling off my mom. My stepdad had to practically push her out of the house, and she still wouldn't leave our property until he threatened to call the police. I hadn't been far behind her. When I got close enough to hear the yelling, I became even more frightened and hid inside one of our storage sheds. From its window, I could watch the kitchen door and wait for it to be over. Only after I was positive that she was out of sight did I make a mad dash for the house. I ran inside crying. I didn't understand why Auntie June had suddenly become so cruel. And for the longest time, I never would. All that happened almost 20 years ago, but recently, my mom called me in tears. She was damn near hysterical. She has a few friends who still live in our old hometown, and they had just informed her that June decided to take her own life. That hit me hard. Despite the strange way it ended, she'd always been a very large part of my childhood, and I still cherished my memories of our time together. As an adult, I simply reasoned that she'd become overly attached to me and couldn't stand the thought of being alone again. If anything, it was just sad. But it turns out that wasn't the shocking part of the story. The shocking part was why she did it. Apparently, I hadn't searched her house thoroughly enough because she had a fairly large shrine dedicated to Lucifer, hidden behind an access panel in her closet. The police found it during the rescue of a young girl that she had kidnapped, and June chose to die rather than face prison. I still never found out exactly what she called her religion, but thanks to her journals, I did learn why she got so upset about my moving away. It seems she was focusing her efforts on a very specific ritual, one that, if done correctly, would grant her the youth and beauty of her sacrifice. People were comparing her to Elizabeth Báthory, that crazy medieval woman who used to bathe in the blood of her servants. If you haven't heard of her, that's a wild-ass story too. I highly recommend Googling her name. But as for myself, I was clearly meant to be her first victim. For the greatest chance of success, the ritual called for the blood of someone you shared a bond with. She was grooming me. When I left, she had to start over from scratch with a new girl, but she didn't have access to any. She ended up getting a janitorial job at one of the schools and made a new friend there. Eventually, she either lost patience or felt the bond was strong enough, and she was ready to proceed. She was spotted leaving school in the middle of the day with a 13-year-old in her car. Obviously, something was wrong with that picture, no matter what their reasons were, so the police were called. The unit sent to June's home reported their location, and backup arrived shortly after. When no one answered the door, they forced their way inside and found June standing over the unconscious child with a ceremonial dagger in one hand and a silver goblet in the other. She stabbed herself through the heart with no hesitation. The girl went on to make a full recovery. She had been drugged, but no physical damage was done. If I feel this traumatized from my experience, I can't begin to imagine what that poor kid is living with. So yeah, that's my story about the time I idolized a bad witch. I'm an old man now, but I grew up in foster care during the 70s. I know that's still a rough life for a child to endure, but it used to be much worse. People get checks from the state for each foster kid they take in, so lowlifes would put on a good show for social workers and get approved. Then they would squeeze as many children as they possibly could into their homes, dress them in rags, and feed them gruel for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Most of the time, kids are shoved into 1 or 2 rooms filled with prison-quality bunk beds. That's what my foster home was like. And several of the kids had been to other homes that were just as bad. It feels like there's no escape except surviving long enough to reach 18. Even if you get away from one hellhole, the majority go straight to another. I was only 6 when I arrived at the Smith home. They were extremely kind when the social worker dropped me off. They hugged me, gave me cookies and milk, and made me feel safe. Then my social worker left and they took it all away. Mrs. Smith grabbed my wrist so tightly, her fingernails dug into my skin. She said that she was going to give me the house tour and teach me the rules. I was to pay attention closely, as nothing would be repeated, and the punishments would be the same on me as they were on all the others. The refrigerator and pantry had locks on them, and Mrs. Smith wore a key around her neck. We were never allowed any snacks or toys unless a social worker was there, and the nicely decorated children's rooms they had upstairs were just for show. We weren't even allowed to enter those. Me and my 7 foster siblings slept on the prison-style bunk beds in the basement. They were all crammed together, with 2 on the back wall and 1 on each side wall. Being the youngest and the newest, I got the one with the most holes and piss stains. The mattresses were bare, and we were each given 1 pillow and 1 blanket, which were also stained and filled with holes. The basement door was kept locked at night to prevent wandering, and we were given buckets in lieu of a bathroom. Buckets we cleaned and emptied ourselves. Officially, we were homeschooled because the Smiths feared what we might say at a real school. Unofficially, the only thing we learned were household chores. The girls did a lot of cleaning and cooking, while the boys helped Mr. Smith with the outside stuff. I was so small that I spent most of my time raking leaves into burn piles and carrying the firewood inside. Billy was 15 and the oldest. He was the one who fought back the most, so he received the worst punishments. They wanted to make an example out of him, so the rest of us didn't follow his lead. He was regularly beaten, and in some cases, he was locked in an old tin doghouse overnight. During the summer, it was just hot and miserable, but during the winter, it was like sleeping in a freezer, especially once the snow came in earnest. One day, Mr. Smith pushed Billy too far. He wasn't in foster care because his parents didn't want him. He was there because they were killed in an accident, and he didn't have any other family. The only thing he had left from his parents was a plain hemp necklace with a few beads, and it belonged to his father. It was absolutely worthless beyond sentimental value, which is the only reason he'd managed to hang on to it for so long. Well, Mr. Smith became enraged that some chores still hadn't been finished. So he came up behind Billy, grabbed the necklace, and tore it off of him. The beads scattered everywhere. I had just come back for another load of firewood and witnessed the entire event. Mr. Smith just kept screaming like the necklace didn't exist, but Billy's face was turning blood red and contorting into a look of pure rage. Suddenly, in a blur of movement, he pounced onto the old man, and both went to the ground. Billy sat atop Mr. Smith and beat his face in. I could see the blood fly with each strike. I was hiding by that point, silently praying my brother managed to kill that bastard before anyone could stop him. But then I heard footsteps crunching in the snow. Slow at first, but then faster and faster, until I recognized the shrill sound of Mrs. Smith's scream. She emerged from the tree line seconds later, and she was holding a rifle. I wanted to yell for Billy to run away, but no sound would come out. I was completely paralyzed as I watched it all play out in slow motion. Mrs. Smith didn't even call out a warning. She just raised her weapon and fired, shooting Billy directly in the head. He instantly flew backwards with the ear-splitting bang, the top of his head now completely obliterated. The Smiths weren't the least bit fazed by any of it either. Mrs. Smith helped her husband to his feet, gave him a good telling off for being bested by a child, but then they just calmly threw Billy's body into a wheelbarrow, as if he were nothing more than a pile of soiled hay. Then Mr. Smith took him into the woods while his wife followed behind with 2 shovels. That's when I got the hell out of my hiding space. I knew they would kill me too, if they knew I witnessed the whole thing. When they later returned from burying our foster brother, they called the police and social worker to inform them Billy had run away. They got away with everything for another 3 years. That's when Margot came to live with us. She was 12, and she was the first child the Smiths couldn't break. After only 1 week with us, she snuck away in the middle of the day and ran all the way to a neighbor's house, which meant a 3-mile hike through a thick forest because she couldn't risk traveling by road. She told the neighbors everything that we had told her, and she showed them the fresh welts across her back. The police were then called, and before we knew it, the Smiths were in handcuffs while we were all being shipped off to new homes. I was extremely lucky with my next family. They turned out to be my forever home and eventually made the adoption official. But I'll never forget the years I spent living with the Smiths. I can't remember the last time I told this story. It's been a while, but in all this time I've never written it down. So you've officially inspired me to do that. I grew up in Fresno, California, mainly in the 80s, but a small part of the 90s as well. Fresno in the 80s is a lot like it is now. Maybe less people, but I have to assume the same level of crime and poverty exists today as it did then. It wasn't all bad, though, and especially for a kid, it was hardly noticeable. I had lots of friends, we had a decent park nearby, and incredibly wild imaginations for our age. One summer or spring, I'm not sure which, me and a couple of my friends from the apartments decided to play one of our favorite outdoor games, Bloody Murder. If you're lucky, you played this game as a kid. If not, it's never too late. Anyway, the game consists of 4 people minimum, though we'd gotten away with 3 before. You pick a home base. For us, it was this palm tree in the middle of the apartments. Then one person hides, aka the murderer, while the others try to catch the murderer before he can make it back to base. Another rule was everyone couldn't just guard the tree. You had to actively look for the murderer. Well, this time, I was the murderer, so I was hiding. I had a few favorite spots, and several I tried to avoid in order to not be detected so quickly. One of my favorite spots was under the staircase of one of the buildings closest to home base. It was easy because you had full coverage, essentially, and an easy escape through either side of the building once you emerged. There was also space to see from there, so you could detect if someone was coming, or if they were close, etc. I considered this a great spot, and since no one had ever actually found me hiding in it, I was in the clear as far as being detected. 2 of my friends, William and Christopher, tended to search together because they were brothers, and Christopher was a bit younger than all of us. Otherwise, everyone was split up. From my perfectly secure spot, I watched as my friends ran past the building. For a few minutes, I could see and hear them trying to figure out where I was and where they should be in order to capture me. Finally, their voices grew further away, and I knew it was my chance to make a run for it. Up until this next moment, this was a normal day like any other. But just as I was about to leave, I saw my friend's little brother, Christopher. I figured, William is definitely around here somewhere. He's probably waiting to watch me on the other side. So I turned myself around to look out that way, but I didn't see William anywhere. I turned around again and I saw Christopher talking to someone who was inside of a car. Probably his dad, I thought. But when the man got out, I realized it couldn't be their dad, because their dad was a much larger man than the one I was seeing right now, and he didn't wear glasses. Still, I wasn't going to give up my hiding spot, so I sat back and waited to see where he was going to go, and if anyone else was going to show up. But before I even had time to settle, I heard Christopher scream. And I could see that the man in glasses had grabbed Christopher. He was trying to get him inside of the car. Surely, if this were real, if this were happening, someone would do something, I thought to myself. But I quickly realized that I was that someone. My heart was racing, and I had no idea what was going to happen. But before I knew it, I was grabbing some gravel from beneath my feet and running full speed towards the man and Christopher. I was screaming too now. I think something like, "Let him go," but it could have simply been me screaming. When I got close enough to the two of them, I threw the rocks into the man's face, hoping that they would do something. I definitely expected more of a reaction. Instead, he sort of swatted them away as if it were dust. Then with his free hand, he was suddenly shoving me in the chest. I lost my footing, and I was down on the ground for barely a second before I started screaming again, with Christopher joining me. I stood back up, and though the man hadn't let go of my friend, he also hadn't moved either. My next thought was to just stomp on this guy's feet, so I did. And again, Christopher followed suit, stomping and smashing at this man's toes in unison while screaming. He was starting to lose his nerve, and we could tell. At least I could. Then, like clockwork, 3 of my friends came into view and charged towards the scene. Behind them was William and Christopher's dad, and he looked pissed. That sight alone made the man release Christopher, and he tried to run to the other side of his car. He made it. Well, inside his car anyway. Their father had brass knuckles with him, and he was prepared to use them. He yelled for all of us boys to get inside, and without even thinking, we just all ran to their apartment because we didn't want to split up. Eventually, all of our parents and basically the whole complex was outside, which was usually the case any time the police showed up. This guy was a known creep, and I'm pretty sure that he went away for doing worse to another kid. I remember kidnapping was sort of a big deal in our area. We still played outside, had fun, and were kids, but I think we were all a bit changed by the whole thing. I remember paying more attention to just about everything after that moment, so lesson learned. But I also remember William's little brother was pretty afraid of just about everything after that. He never really did want to play outside anymore, and as a kid, you sort of brush that stuff off, but yeah, I can only imagine the effect it had on him. I know most people usually get excited about concerts, but I'm just not a fan. I've got pretty sensitive hearing, and crowds make me claustrophobic. But I still tried it once. I went to a Nirvana concert in Seattle when I was 20, and I almost didn't make it out alive. Having never been to a concert before, I guess I was expecting seats, but I would learn that we would just be standing in a large crowd of people in the middle of the floor. I don't remember much about the actual performance either. My best friend was supposed to go with her boyfriend, but they broke up a few days before the concert. She was pretty upset, and I agreed to go with her. I do love Nirvana, so I figured I could suck it up and go for her sake. Not 15 minutes into being there, my friend's ex found us. He managed to find a friend with an extra ticket and arrived early, so he'd have plenty of time to find Megan. I tried to pull her away, but I could tell by the look on her face that she'd already decided to forgive him again. She played hard to get all the way until we got to our standing spot, I guess. But that's when she ditched me. I was insanely furious. I knew she wasn't coming back. Less than 10 minutes after Megan left, a creepy older guy came up to me. I could hear him trying to say something to me over the music, something that sounded like, "Are you alone?" Assuming that's what he said, I said my boyfriend would be back any minute, hoping he would take the hint and leave. But he didn't. Instead, he made a joke about keeping his seat warm, so no weirdos could try to hit on me, of course. Obviously, standing, that wasn't necessary, and for other reasons, it wasn't necessary either. I told him so much. And then he launched into a story about the time he met Kurt Cobain backstage, which was complete bullshit. I must have looked as uncomfortable as I felt, because 2 bikers stopped as they were passing by. The taller one asked if I was okay, but the creepy guy answered before I could get a word out. He tried to call me his girlfriend, but I wasn't having it. I yelled that I'd never seen him before, and backed away as far as the crowd would let me. The bikers scared him off and tried to say that he was just another drunk idiot, but I'm rarely so lucky. As the stadium filled, I watched for him as much as I did for Megan, even though the chances of seeing her were slim to none. I didn't notice him again until halfway through the second or third song. While everyone else was watching the band, I was watching for his loud neon headband. He managed to find a spot in the row behind me, but he looked away the moment our eyes met. However, I still saw the furious expression on his face. I wanted to see how long it took for him to glance back in my direction, and it was even faster than I expected. When he saw I was still looking, he didn't turn away again. This time, he gave the most menacing grin I've ever seen. As he looked from me to the spot next to me and back with a wink. I only took my eyes off of him for a second, but he was gone when I turned back. I jumped at every movement from the corner of my eye as I waited for him to reappear next to me. But one song faded into another without any sight of him. At one point, a different guy came over to offer me a drink, but I was too paranoid to take it, and he was quick to disappear back into the crowd. When the show finally ended, there was still no sign of Megan. I looked for her all over, but the crowd eventually thinned out enough for me to spot the creepy guy again, and he was still watching me. When he realized I saw him, he tried to walk off in the other direction, but I knew he wasn't going to give up so easily after waiting that long. I didn't want the crowd to get too thin, so I fell in behind a big group heading toward the parking lot. Unfortunately, Megan's car was parked at the very back, and I watched in horror as my group dwindled down to just a couple, almost too drunk to stand. Across a few rows of vehicles, there was another large group crowded around someone's fancy car. I decided to try my luck over there. I was about halfway across when I passed a cluster of large trucks, and a hand clamped over my mouth. I couldn't make a sound as I was dragged between the trucks and slammed against the side of a black Ford. It was the same guy, and he looked angrier than ever. He kept one hand over my mouth, and the other had a tight grip on my left arm. I could smell weed and liquor all over him as he ranted about what a pretentious bitch I was, and I thought he was going to kill me. The longer he talked, the tighter his grip became, and there wasn't another soul in sight from between those huge trucks. Finally, he pointed to a red Chevy a few rows ahead and said it was his. He meant to get me inside, and I made a point to tune out everything he said after that. My only concern was preparing to scream as loudly as possible the moment we were within view of other people. Once we were a few steps away from the big trucks, I could see the same crowd from before still gathered around the fancy car. Then, right at the back of the group, I saw Megan, and she was looking right at me. I screamed her name so loud my voice cracked, and I saw the confusion on her face turn to fear as she took in the situation. The grip on my arm became so tight I thought the bone would break, but the stranger decided to cut his losses when he saw Rick and several of his friends running straight towards us. I was crying tears of relief even as I was thrown to the ground. I didn't move as the man took off, and I didn't say a word when Megan helped me up. I just took her keys and stole her car. I knew that she would leave with Rick and pick it up the next day, and that's exactly what happened. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of concerts. My grandma always used to blame the sounds in her attic on a squirrel family she believed had taken up residence in her walls. The guest room I slept in used to be my mom's old room, still decked out in 80s nostalgia, untouched since my mom's graduation. After she left for college, the room was closed up like a time capsule, only to be unearthed every time my grandma would have to babysit me. The decades of dust gathered in the corners of the room. It gave it a musky smell, reminiscent of a secondhand store. I remember there were a lot of scary things about her house that I didn't like when staying there. Outside my bedroom window, there was a large oak tree. The wind would make the branches scratch up against my window. They'd create dancing shadows at nighttime. The limbs of the tree would stretch into hunched creatures if I stared at the shadow too long. I also didn't believe the noises my grandma would blame on the squirrels were actually coming from squirrels. Especially as an adult and being forced to deal with a squirrel problem in my own home. I could separate the sound of skittering from what I used to hear as a child. The skitters in my grandma's house sounded more like soft footsteps and whispers above me. But every time I'd tell her things I'd hear during the night, she was adamant that the source was coming from squirrels. I felt like my concerns had been belittled. Neither of the guardians taking care of me bothered to make my situation better. I thought, maybe it's me. If I'm the only one who's feeling this, maybe I do need to toughen up a bit. I could tell both my grandma and mom were sick of hearing me complain about the bumps in the night. I eventually kept it to myself. I'd attempt to will myself into dreamland every night by ignoring the sounds and shadows that would move around in my room at night. One time I heard the bedroom door quietly open. I squeezed my eyes closed, but then thought it could have been my grandma checking on me. Turning to face the door, I saw that it had been slightly opened, shedding a small amount of light into the room. That's when I saw it, just out of reach from where the light stretched. A shadow grew from the ground into a tall figure. It stood there for a moment, and then it moved into the closet and slowly closed the door. The next morning, I briefly forgot about the night terrors. Then I saw that the room door and the sliding closet door were now wide open. I didn't tell my grandma, however. I was proud for acting like a big boy in a situation I assumed everyone had to deal with growing up. I got pretty good at suppressing my fear when I was there. Then, an odor I hadn't smelled before became prevalent during my visits. It would take my nostrils an hour to adjust when entering the house. They would have to readjust after I'd go outside to play, and then come back in. Flies began to huddle on the windows, not only in my room, but all over the house. Fortunately, the foul smell couldn't be ignored. It got so bad, my mom even noticed one afternoon when she was dropping me off. When she asked my grandma where the hell this wretched smell was coming from, she had a list of possibilities. Most of them involved calling an exterminator to get into the attic and check around. A week or so goes by and she's finally able to get an appointment with an exterminator. When he gets there, he's already dressed like a steampunk astronaut, ready to get into my grandma's crawl spaces. But as decked out as this guy was, even he was unprepared for what we'd soon discover was the source of the smell. Playing outside in my grandma's backyard, I hear a grown man scream in a way that I've yet to hear this day recreated. It wasn't one of those screams you run towards saying what happened. The scream made me pause and think, should I go hide somewhere? A while goes by and the sun has changed positions in the sky. It's a hot day and my grandma keeps coming out with lunch and snacks, but I'm not allowed in the house. A police car pulls into the driveway. Eating a sandwich, I stand there as a cop gets out and gives me a wave while he walks into the house. Next, an ambulance arrives at the house, and then a third car I don't recognize. My mom then pulls into the driveway a bit later. If she'd left work early to get here, this must have been something really bad. The driveway is partway in the backyard, and when she pulled in and saw me by the tree, the first thing she asked is if I'd gone inside. I said no, and then she told me to stay outside before she went in. Both of them eventually walked out behind two paramedics dressed in hazmat suits. They wheel out a zipped-up body bag on a stretcher, and they place it in the car I don't recognize. Mom tried to shield me from watching the men struggle to load the black plastic bag into the back. When I asked what was going on, I was told that when the exterminator climbed into the attic and turned on his flashlight, he found a decomposing dead body. Ironically, the smell it let off had stunk up the neighborhood enough to attract rodents and other little furries in the attic to feast on the remains. Naturally, that part was shared with me later. A more in-depth version was shared with me years later, which is when I learned a homeless man had broken into my grandma's house for an undisclosed amount of time. Then he overdosed and died. When they removed the body and climbed up to inspect the attic, there were dirty blankets, pillows, food, a small portable radio, indicating that he had been living up there for a long time. Worst of all, probably, they found a couple pairs of my underwear amongst his stuff. He died of an overdose and rotted up there, until the overpowering smell made us search. The smell of death is an odor I'll never forget, and I can instantly spot when it's in the air. It is an indescribable, heavy scent that lingers in your hair. I remember I took 1,000 showers that night, and I could still smell it on me when I got out. My dad once volunteered to pick my girlfriend up from the airport after I broke my leg in a skiing accident. This story is told from their accounts. It was near 11 p.m., and my dad, Russ, was sitting in his car waiting for my girlfriend, Via, to get off the flight. Russ had been sitting there for a while, and the left taillight of the car in front of him had been blinking and flashing randomly. It flittered and blinks, and then he watched a physical spark ignite inside the taillight. It's an older Plymouth, and Russ assumes that it's just wiring. He continues to watch it, though, in case another spark decides to become a flame. Via gets into my dad's car, and right behind her are a couple more passengers from the plane. One is an older man that gets into the passenger seat of the Plymouth. Both cars are pulling out of the arrival lot at the same time. There's a couple mile of highway leaving the airport before getting back to the freeway. The whole time they're following the car with a burnt-out taillight. Then all of the lights in the back end of the Plymouth begin to malfunction. At first, they're watching this light show thinking it's a shame. They're probably going to get pulled over and have no idea why. But then they see the right taillight pop out from the back and bounce on the road, nearly crashing through their windshield. Russ would swerve last minute to avoid the object that was hurling toward them. The highway that they're traveling is a single lane, grass hills on either side. If Russ hadn't been able to correct the car when he fishtailed, Via and him would probably have been killed if they went off that hill at the speed they were going. When the cars align right behind the Plymouth again, their shared anger dissipates into horror as they watch the arm of a small child start to reach out from the hole made in the rear taillight. The arm looks frail or bloody or bruised, all three. They've got it stretched out to their shoulder, and they're waving desperately for help. Russ reaches for his cell phone to call the police, but it's dead. Via's phone is almost dead too, but she manages to get the phone call connected long enough to describe the car and part of its license plate. She told them where they were, what they were seeing. When the cars got onto the freeway, the Plymouth picked up speed, and Russ was unable to maintain visuals on the car. He and Via would eventually give up the pursuit 20 miles past their original exit. When they got home and could charge their phones, they filed an official report. They even tried to get information as to if the Plymouth was ever caught or not. We were never able to figure out what happened, but we pray that the police were able to locate the car and help whoever was in the trunk. So here's a fascinating and horrifying story about my stepmom, Olga. When she was a young child, she was plagued with health issues. They prevented her from leaving the bed most of the days because she was too ill to stand for long periods of time. The sickness came on suddenly when she was in the middle of first grade. One day, Olga is an athletic, happy girl. The next morning, she's throwing up blood in her bed, running a fever of over 39 degrees Celsius. And all of this was happening at the worst stretch of time in her adolescence so far. Her parents were in the middle of a separation. When Olga saw her dad, it was either him sleeping on the couch or screaming and fighting in the kitchen with her mother, Ava. Then he'd be gone again for weeks at a time. At the young age of 24, Ava had taken on the responsibilities of a single mother, tending to a sick daughter alone. When Olga first went to the hospital, The doctors would originally diagnose her with acute ulcers due to the issues at home. They'd prescribe her a heartburn medication that never really fixed the problem. Olga said the intensity of her fevers would make her hallucinate to the point of seeing people walk around her room. She'd be sitting up in bed, wide awake, watching as the shadow in the darkest corner of her room bends and morphs into a human silhouette. Then that silhouette stepped out through its two-dimensional boundaries, becoming a three-dimensional being. Then they'd usually walk through the wall adjacent to Olga, passing by the foot of her bed. Olga tries to tell her mom about these vivid shadow people that she's been seeing appear in her room. But Ava's answer is to start diagnosing Olga herself with allergies and illnesses that she's read about in books and checked out at the library. By this point, Olga had stopped seeing her physician. None of the doctors that met with Olga could figure out what was wrong with her. A few times during this, Olga would have a break in her fever. She'd even have enough strength to get out of bed and walk around the house. Then, after dinner or the next morning, her fever would spike again. She'd be forced to take refuge in her bed for weeks. Olga's dad was a lawyer. Every couple of years, he'd uproot and move the family on a whim, taking a high-profile client and needing to be closer to them, or partnering up with a law firm until the relationship goes sour. Olga's never in one place too long growing up. The family had only recently moved into that house, a month before Olga's dad had left. This place was a stark contrast to the other homes they'd lived in, though, located in a small town near Salem. Within the first week, Ava would begin expressing concerns that she thought she was being stalked by someone. Olga's dad ignored her claims, accusing her of lying to get attention. One particularly scary incident involved Ava running through their front door. Her face was bruised and she had a rope tangled around her neck. She was in hysterics as she told Olga and her dad about going to the market and getting attacked by two men. They came up from behind and grabbed Ava in the parking lot when she was putting away her groceries. They tried to pull her into their car, but she was able to cause enough of a scene and fight them off long enough for them to give up and run away. Ava didn't get a good description of them because they attacked her from behind. After a moment of silence, Olga remembers her dad scoffed and asked her mom if she'd gotten the 2% milk. He belittled her claims and insinuated that she'd done it to herself for attention. The ordeal had left Ava in a state of despair, while her partner continued his daily routines, emotionless to the family. Olga said that she'd never seen her father smile. He never laughed, never played or showed affection. Her scrapes and bruises weren't met with empathy. She was told that crying made her look weak. Eventually, Olga stopped crying, stopped trying to be heard because she knew no one was listening. Olga had been treated like a miniature adult and expected to act accordingly. That's why Olga chose not to talk to her mom about the waking nightmares she'd been experiencing on an almost nightly basis by that time. The entities appearing in her room began to speak. Most of it was in a garbled English, though some were in a different language. But all of them sounded like someone talking under the water while you're just above the surface. Random words could be understood, but most of the noise was too muddled for interpretation. None of these matte black figures that would cross through Olga's bedroom were the same. All of them different sizes and shapes, each with different speaking tones, and none of them would interact with Olga as they passed by the foot of her bed, except for one. A stout female entity with long hair, flowing like smoke from a candle, but its direction going down instead of up. She stands at the end of Olga's bed. Her face is featureless, but Olga can feel that they're staring into each other's eyes. Olga can't believe what she's seeing, and she really has a moment to examine this shadow figure. Besides the hair becoming more translucent as it's parted and moved by her shoulders, the rest of her was pure, deep black. The light given off by Olga's side table lamp was absorbed by its skin, instead of reflected. Then it spoke to Olga. The sound was so close, she didn't know if it was in her head or if it had been audible on the outside. Though a submerged tone, Olga believed it said, "You feed the flowers." To stop herself from screaming, Olga kept her hands cupped tightly around her mouth. She did that the whole time this entity was interacting with her, all the way until it stepped back from her bed and back through the wall. For days, Olga would think about those words, what they could have meant. Then, one sunny afternoon, the mailman brings a vase filled with beautiful daffodils. It was addressed to Olga. Her first grade class had gotten her a bouquet of flowers, along with a get well soon card signed by all of her classmates. Eva brought it into Olga's room, put it on the table beside her. When she left, Olga laughed at herself when a tear escaped from her eye. More tears would follow as she smelled the sweet fragrance of her flowers and read through all the little notes her friends had wrote on the edges of her card. Later that night, Eva prepares Olga's dinner, places it on a TV tray in front of her. Olga often struggled to keep food down, so her eating habits mostly consisted of picking through little bites of food, taking small sips of water, rarely able to finish what was on her plate. Her mom would make her finish the glass of water, though. Eva insisted it be gone by the time she came to retrieve the dishes. This night was like the rest. Olga would choke down a portion of her meal and then decided she was done. Olga set the TV tray on the floor next to her bed, but before she got fully back under her blankets, she saw her glass of water sitting on the tray that she barely drank. Olga was already feeling a bit nauseous, didn't want to place any more substances in her body. Instead, Olga grabs the glass. She dumps it into the egg-shaped vase of flowers from her class, and then goes to bed. The next morning, when Olga wakes up, she finds her flowers have wilted and died. Almost instantly, this makes her recall the shadow woman, what she'd said. Seeing the flowers are now dead, it scares Olga enough to make her stop drinking the water her mom would bring with every meal. She became so dehydrated, she had to crawl from her bed to the bathroom in her room just to get a drink from the faucet while her mom was asleep. When her mom would bring her the water, she would later pour it off the opposite side of her bed, next to the wall. It would eventually start to mold the carpet and smell, but not before Olga had already been doing this for over a week. In this time, Olga found that she was less fatigued and tired. She would keep her slight health improvement a secret from Eva, using her new sense of energy to quietly explore the house when her mom would go to sleep. Olga was also having to deal with an increase in appetite, so she would sneak into the kitchen, eat the leftovers that were thrown away that night. On one of these excursions to the kitchen, Olga notices a small box on the counter. It was tipped over and some of its contents had spilled out in front of it. Its mess frozen on display and left to clean up in the morning. Olga walks over to see what had spilled. At first, she's inspecting the small mound of thick white powder, thinking it's baking soda. She puts her finger in it. The texture is softer than baking soda, possibly flour or powdered sugar. Olga also remembers finding a small amount of this substance on the rim of a water glass that her mom had brought to her. Eva told Olga that it was powdered dish soap from the dishwasher. Olga, being a child and curious to find an answer to her new little mystery, was about to put her finger in her mouth to taste it when her eyes just so happened to glance over at an eye-catching red and white logo on the box. Below the name was an image of a white rat, over it a red X. Olga knew that anything with a big red X should probably be avoided, so she quickly wiped the powder off of her fingers onto her pajamas. Olga initially got scared, thought that she'd put her hand in rat poison, but she'd never seen a rat in the house, and the box said tracking powder. Olga left it as it was, ate her snack, and went to bed, The next day, while her mom was at the store, Olga calls the only number she can remember, which is her Uncle Victor. He's surprised to hear her voice, and he listens to her tell him about the water. When she's finished, Victor tells Olga he's on his way over. Olga sits on the living room couch, watches out the window for Victor. He lives in an apartment complex 2 neighborhoods down, but before she sees his truck, Olga sees Ava's car turn into the driveway. Olga leaps from the couch. She's about to turn and run to her bedroom when she sees Victor's truck come flying in, pulling directly behind Ava's car. Ava gets out of her car, startled as Victor jumps from his truck and starts yelling at her in Russian. Ava starts yelling back. This is the angriest Olga has ever seen Victor. He was frothing at the mouth while he was yelling. Then, Victor pushes Ava to the gravel, starts walking towards the front door. He sees Olga in the window and tells her to unlock the door. She's petrified with fear but runs to unlock the deadbolt. Victor kicks open the door and yells at Olga to get in the truck. He then walks back into the bedroom, opens her closet door, and with one bear hug grasp, manages to get all of Olga's clothes in between his interlocking arms. Then he turns, pushes Olga in front of him. He's guiding her with his hips down a path towards his truck. When they got into the driveway, Ava started screaming at Olga not to get into Victor's truck, and that she'd call the police. Victor tells Olga to keep walking, starts cussing at Ava in Russian and English, calling her insane, saying that he'd be calling the cops when he and Olga got back to his apartment. Victor threw Olga's clothes in the bed of his truck, then lifted Olga with one arm, opening the passenger door with the other, throwing her in. Victor slams her door, then walks around to his side and they kick up gravel, leaving marks on the driveway as they back out of it and onto the road. The short ride to Victor's home is silent. When they get to his apartment, they leave Olga's clothes in the truck, walk right inside. Victor gets on the phone with the police. Olga sits in the living room and listens to him tell the police that his sister's been poisoning his niece. Victor tells the cops that his sister has always had problems, but she never got help. He never thought that she'd do something like this. As Victor sat on the couch next to Olga, she saw him cry. Then Olga cried. Ava had been lacing Olga's water with rat poison and other drugs to keep her sick. After Olga's dad left, Ava's abandonment crisis and other underlying mental health warnings manifested into an unhealthy obsession to feel needed. Olga's sickness gave her the purpose she was so desperate for. It was the assurance she needed that Olga could never leave her. My stepmom ended up living with her Uncle Victor until she met my sad, divorced single dad at a baseball game in their early 20s. She fell in love with his wackiness and the little nugget he had with him. And we've been a happy family ever since. Needless to say, I've never met Grandma Ava. I always thought it would have been fun to be a twin. The chances of me being a twin were rather high considering the fact that my mom was one. She told me this fact when I was pretty little, along with the fact that she was adopted. But about 10 years ago, I learned a lot more about that story, and it's one that I have to share. It's the story of how my mom learned that she had a twin, all while pregnant with me. Bear with me. I'm telling this story from what my mom told me over 10 years ago on my 21st birthday. My dad had fallen asleep and Mom wanted to have one more glass of wine and some daughter time. Somehow our conversation shifted to family, and the more she talked that night, the more I was like, yep, she's definitely sharing this story with me. She tried to cut it short at one point, but as you'll see, it's not the kind of story you can just stop telling. So, for the record, my mom's name is Jeanette. My dad is Colin. Jeanette meets Colin in college, 1989. They're both attending BHSU in Spearfish. They fall in love. Jeanette becomes pregnant in the winter of 91. I wasn't planned, but optimistic Jeanette thinks that she can get through spring quarter and graduate before my pretty little face can emerge into the world and destroy her petite figure. She calls her parents living back in Douglas, Wyoming. They're elated, made a plan for her and Colin to move back in with them when they're out of college. That weekend, Colin would treat Jeanette to a dinner and a night in Rapid City to celebrate the good news. It was about 45 minutes from their apartment in Spearfish, and Jeanette was looking forward to exploring the town. At dinner, their waiter comes to the table and Colin orders a drink. He asks for Colin's ID. When Colin hands it to the man, he glances at it before handing it back. Then he turns to Jeanette. She orders a water, but he still asks for her ID. She says that she's not drinking and then tells the waiter their good news. He doesn't say congratulations or even smile. He just says something like, "Yeah, still gonna need your ID." So Jeanette reluctantly digs around in her purse to get her ID out for the waiter. When he takes it from Jeanette's hand, he closely examines it to make sure it's not fake. She watches as he looks it over, front and back, then tries to peel any hidden stickers off by rubbing his fingernails down, looking for ridges. He then takes a notepad out from his apron, jots down a few words before handing the ID back to Jeanette. She asks if there's a problem, inquiring about what he wrote on his little notepad. He tells her that he just needed to make sure it wasn't a fake ID. They could lose their license selling to a minor. Then he leaves the table. When the drinks are delivered, it's a new waiter, and she becomes their server for the rest of the night. Colin gets absolutely trashed off of what Jeanette recalls as 2 drinks. Again, Jeanette's not drinking alcohol, so she assumes the bartender's just pouring them heavy. They've partied together many times before, and she's seen him this drunk a handful of times. But Jeanette's still a little surprised at how fast it happened. Not to mention, this wasn't supposed to be a party night. Their meal alone was going to cost over $100. It was supposed to be a nice night. By the end of their dinner date, Colin needs help pulling his wallet out of his pocket, and Jeanette no longer feels excited to spend the night away from their cats in their apartment back in Spearfish. She makes the obvious decision and decides to drive them home. When they get into the car, Jeanette's in the driver's seat of Colin's car, and Colin's dry heaving, lying in the back. She thinks she'll take the long Sturgis road up to the freeway towards home. But a few miles down the highway road, she hears the rumble of what she thinks is a helicopter. But she quickly realizes what it is when her rearview mirror is lit up with tons of bright orbs. She knew the lights couldn't be from cars because they weren't fixed to each other the way headlights would move in the dark. Suddenly, the lights in the rumble weren't so distant in her mirrors. She could see around 10 motorcycles surrounding the car. Jeanette's already a nervous driver when she's behind the wheel, so to see this biker gang on every side of her car makes Jeanette nervous. She slams on her brakes, and the motorcycles behind her almost wipe out trying to avoid her, while a few others stop directly in front of the vehicle, blocking the road. She pleads for Colin to wake up. There's a small moment of silence before any of the bikers approach their car, and my mom hears gurgling. That's when she turns around in her seat and sees my dad choking on his own vomit. She grabs him and has just enough strength to pull him onto his side. When she does, the rest of what he was throwing up falls onto the floor of the back seat. Colin inhaled. Then, the window above him was smashed in. Jeanette's window was next. The roar of men shouting and more glass breaking slowly came back into focus, and Jeanette turned back around, just as one of the bikers had his arm reaching through the broken driver's side window, unlocking her door. Then it opens, and she's grabbed and pulled from the car. Jeanette's terrified, screaming and completely confused as to what's happening. A biker grabs her by her hair and throws her to the ground, calling her a dumb cunt. Jeanette's screaming, "What do you want? Please, don't kill us." The biker that threw her on the ground now stands over her with a hunting knife. He tells her to take off her top, and she begs him not to. But the man interrupts her by grabbing the fabric of her shirt and cutting it off of her body. Jeanette sobbed as she was flipped onto her stomach. She was sure the worst was about to happen. The gravel hurt her skin, and the motorcycle lights shining in her face made it hard to see how many people were there. Face down, Jeanette hears an audible hush shared amongst the bikers. The man above her tells one of the men to go get the purse. She hears the car door open and shut. They dump her purse onto the ground, and all of its contents fall around Jeanette's head. The biker picks up her ID off the ground. A moment later, he picks Jeanette up off the ground. She stands quietly, covering herself the best she can, as he looks at the ID. When he looks at her again, he asks if she's ever met a woman named Gilda, and tells her, don't fucking lie to him. Genuinely confused and relieved to not know a single Gilda, she tells the man, I don't know who that is. Bullshit, she hears from somewhere behind the man with her ID. The man comes into view, and Jeanette realizes it's the waiter from the restaurant, the one who also examined her ID and had taken their drink orders. The man with the ID tells the other guy to shut up, and then asks Jeanette if she's got family around here. Are her parents Donna and Alec? She immediately tells the man no, that her adoptive family is from Wyoming, to which one of the men asks, what the fuck are you doing in Rapid City then? Jeanette says she's currently a student at BHSU. She bends down scrambling for her student ID, presenting it to the man, hoping this will prove her case. He grabs the ID and examines it, as he did the first one. Time is crawling, but the man is silent, passing the ID to the man behind him. Then, after several moments, he says, you have a sister. But not in the form of a question. It's a statement. Jeanette stares at the man, confused, but before she can respond, he says, a twin. You have a twin sister. And your sister? She's not welcome here. In fact, she should be dead. She tells the man that she doesn't know anything about a sister or a twin. She tells him again she's from Wyoming. This is her first time in Rapid City. She's crying, she's confused, and just plain scared. The man hands her the student ID, while the other guy walks back to his bike. The man with the knife tells her, you'd better make this your last trip to Rapid City. Your sister, your twin, she's not welcome here. And if we see you again, we'll have to assume you're her, and we won't be able to let you go. Do you understand what I'm saying? My mom nods her head, showing the man she understands what he's saying. Oh, and sorry about your guy. Couldn't have him trying to be a hero. He'll be fine in about 12 hours. Don't even think about going to the cops. Waste of your time and ours. Understand? She nods once more. And then the man holds up his left arm, making some sort of turn it around motion, and all of the bikes fire up at the same time, while the man turns and walks back to his own bike. Within seconds, the loud rumbling passes by Jeanette once again as she stands in the middle of the street. Eventually, it's silent, and she's processing everything that just happened, but quickly makes her way back to the car. She's relieved that Colin hasn't moved back onto his back, but remembers the man's words. He'll be fine in about 12 hours. To this day, my mom had no idea what they gave my dad, but whatever it was kept him out for hours. Once back at the apartment, my mom struggles to get my dad out of the car. Realizing she literally can't do it, she lays him back on his side, closes the door, and runs into their apartment to call her parents. So this was the night that my mom learned of Gilda and the full truth about her adoption. Grandma explains that yes, Jeanette had a twin. The girl's mother had decided to put them both up for adoption, but not together. For whatever reason, the twins were split up and adopted out to two different families. It wasn't an open adoption either, so all my grandparents knew was that the other girl was adopted by a family in Rapid City. They didn't know the name of the family, and they never knew what they decided to name the girl. Confused, upset, scared. These are all things my mom explained feeling after the phone call and experience. My grandparents wanted Jeanette and Colin to drive to their house as soon as possible, but Mom was too tired to make that almost 5-hour drive. So that night, my parents slept in their car. My mom explained everything to my dad the next morning. Naturally, he wanted to go to the police, but it was my mom that assured him that wasn't an option, that their only option was to forget about the whole thing and to never end up in Rapid City again. That's what they did. I asked my mom if she ever looked for her sister, but she told me no, that she was far too afraid to go digging after that whole experience, and even more afraid once I entered the world. I can't say that I blame her. It seemed obvious that her sister was entangled with a scary group of people that my mom never wanted to see again. I asked if she was mad at my grandparents for keeping this from her, and she also said no. She said that she thinks that they did the right thing, especially seeing how everything turned out. It was better this way, she told me. In case you're curious, I never went looking either, but I did finally understand why our family never made our way to Rapid City. As Grandma always says, it's not wise to go where you're not welcome. My name's Ginger, and in a time before iPhones, me and my husband were on an AT&T plan, and it came with 2 brand new Razr flip phones. My late husband Keith was a karate instructor. The dojo was his second home. His last class would usually end at 10, and then he'd be there for a couple of more hours to clean before locking up. Keith was a 3rd-degree black belt and had competed all over the world before opening up his own business. That's actually how we met. I was working at a firm that he'd one day stroll into, seeking free legal advice on some contracts. Keith fit every aspect of tall, dark, and handsome. He was kind and funny, but God bless the man. He was dumb as a box of rocks. I gave him the legal advice, and a week later he was back in my office. This time he was asking me out to dinner. I fell for his endearing optimism about life, and we'd be married 6 months later. In 2004, I worked from home, still with the same firm. We've decided to dip our toes into electronic filing since the explosion of the internet arrived, and I was able to do data management as a telecommuter. One evening, I got out of the shower, still in my towel, when my phone buzzed on the bathroom sink. It was a text message from Keith asking, "Are you home?" ? I text back something like, "Obviously, where else would I be?" A few minutes later, he replies saying that he's lost his house keys and if I could unlock the door. I text back, "Sure," but I take my time to dry off and get dressed from the shower. It was still early, and I knew I had at least 3 or 4 hours before Keith would actually be coming home. After getting dressed, I sit on the computer to look over a case file while the 6 o'clock news quietly hums in the background. My concentration's interrupted when the handle of my front door starts to jiggle, and the wood of the door creaks from the pressure on the other side. There's a window right next to the door, so I jump out of my chair and into the hallway, out of view from the living room. I'm automatically scared. It couldn't be Keith. There's no reason he should be home this early. The person on the other side starts knocking on the door, harder and harder. Then, the pounding stops. A few seconds later, I hear the buzz of my phone on the wooden coffee table in the living room. I sit in the hallway and wait until I'm pretty sure the person had left. Slow as molasses, I make my way to the peephole to confirm that there's no longer anyone on the doorstep. Then I get my phone. The text I'd received from Keith was saying, "Let me in." I feel foolish and a bit angry that he scared me like this. Why didn't he say anything through the door or call me? My Scorpio rage propelled me to call him and tell him that it was his own fault I didn't let him in. The phone rings and it goes to voicemail, so I call again and he answers. He answers with a weird, "Hey," and I go in on him. When Keith speaks up, he's putting on a fake gruff accent, and I think he's playing around, but I'm not. so I tell him to knock it off, but he keeps it up. He says that he's turning around and to leave the door unlocked. I start getting an attitude with him, and he screams into the phone to unlock the door. Then he disconnects the call. It was unlike Keith to treat me so rudely. My anger turned to suspicion, and instead of calling him back, I called the dojo. Another member who worked at the dojo named Judy answered the phone. Everyone working there knows me. When Judy answers and I greet her, she goes, "Hey, Ginger, Keith's in the middle of a class right now. Can I have him call you back after he's done?" I'm stunned at what she says, and I just say, "Yeah, sure, thanks," before hanging up. After I set the phone back down, confusion changes to fear, and I scramble around the house, locking and deadbolting every door, turning out all the lights. Minutes later, there's someone at the door again, trying to get in. They start beating on the door, shouting from the other side to let them in. The voice sounded nothing like Keith. This lasts for a while, the barrage of knocking and screaming, starting and stopping in violent intervals, before it finally ceased indefinitely. Around 8 o'clock, my phone lights up with the dojo's number on the small LED display. I quickly answer it, and it's Keith. He tells me that he's been on the mat all day like usual. When I tell him what I've been through, he sets the phone down and runs into the locker room. When he comes back, he picks up the phone and tells me that not only has his cell phone been stolen, but his wallet as well. Thankfully, the keys for the dojo, the house, and his car are on a lanyard that he keeps up front, locked in the register. Keith had to get a new phone and a new number after that. We never found out who stole his phone. With so many people in and out of the locker rooms, it was impossible to pin it on one person. Worst part was that they probably still attended weekly classes, still hanging around without us knowing. It was a horrible realization, and it really sucked the fun out of teaching for a couple of years. Eventually, time heals all. We heal from the trauma and move on. But I'll never forget that day. That's just not possible. Did anyone's power just go out near Williston? Did you hear that sound? I'm using a mobile hotspot right now, hoping this message will send. It's 2:40 a.m. right now. It sounded like a deep, deep baritone opera had performed one long burst of a note in my living room. It lasted about 6 seconds before it ceased. My birds went absolutely crazy in their cages. I could feel my organs shake from the sound. Update. I just went outside and it looked like the neighbors down the road still have electricity. Porch lights are on anyways. I don't think anyone's home, or I'd walk down there and ask if they felt that. I called my husband Matt at work and left a message. He should be relieved from his position within an hour and bring the car home. We're sharing one car right now. I work from home, meaning I really need to get this power outage figured out. Or at least find out what happened so I could try to fix it. I've already checked the fuse box, but they all look fine. Update. Someone just knocked on my door close to 3 a.m. I'm kicking myself right now because I didn't check the peephole before opening the door. I thought it was going to be the neighbors stopping by to check in, but when I swung the door open, there was a woman that I'd never seen before standing on the porch. She said that she's from the power company and asked if she could come in. I asked for some sort of identification to show that she's actually from there, because she wasn't wearing anything with the company's name or logo on it, no clipboard in her hand, and she had on a black business coat with a black t-shirt. If she did work at the power company, she looked like she belonged in the HR department. When I asked for her ID, she tells me that it's in her truck. She'd be happy to grab it after she assesses the problem and sees what tools she needs for fixing it. I had to apologize, but insist. I put my foot in my mouth, though, because I followed it up by saying, "My husband's not home right now, so I'd feel safer knowing who's coming into my house." The woman tells me that she'll be right back, but hasn't yet. It's been around 10 minutes since I shut the door, I didn't see a work truck in the driveway. I actually didn't see any vehicles from my viewpoint, looking out the front door. That's not to say that she didn't park further down the road, past the house. It's just a little strange. After I shut the door, I quickly locked it and returned to my viewpoint in the peephole. She stood there for a bit too long for comfort. I think she knew that I was staring at her. Update. Hey, I hope you didn't think that I was dead. I'm sorry that it's taken so long for me to sit down and hash everything out, but I felt like since I involved everyone that night, you should get a follow-up as to what happened. From where I left off, I watched the woman finally turn and walk off the porch, and after a sigh of relief, I go upstairs where there's a larger window in one of the rooms. It faces out into the front yard. I wanted to see what direction she was heading when she left the property. However, I didn't see her when I got to the window. We have a large front yard stretching from our patio to the fence. There's no other way that she could have gone if she was trying to leave. There's also no way she could have traversed that distance in the amount of time it took me to go upstairs. Something felt wrong when I saw the empty yard, and then I realized our back door is probably still unlocked. I turned and sprinted down the stairs into the kitchen. But by the time I get there, the back door is wide open. The woman's already standing inside, no longer in heels. When I make a run for the front door, she's able to catch up to me while I scramble to unlock the front door. She's taller and admittedly more athletic than I am. My grip around the doorknob was the only thing not letting her pull me backwards onto the ground. Flashes of light started distorting my vision. By the fourth or fifth blow, I realized the large flashes of lightning were her hitting me in the head from behind with car keys in her knuckles. I let go of the doorknob to protect my head, and we both go backwards onto the living room floor carpet. She's on her back with me in a headlock. I'm on my back, on top of her. She starts to hit me again with her keys firmly between her fingers. That's when I can feel myself losing consciousness and think that this is my last couple of seconds on Earth. If I go out, I'm dead. I use the last of my energy desperately trying to pull her arm down. Each of her strikes would leave multiple puncture wounds on my shoulder, neck, and head. The ringing in my ears muted everything else. It felt like static crawled from the center of my lungs up to my cheeks and eyes. Then she releases me as I see another blurry figure come and stand above us. She pushes me off and gets up. I couldn't get up fast enough. I stayed on the ground trying to shake the fuzz from my brain as my vision stopped spinning and the ringing in my ears began to fade. I saw for the first time that it was Maddie who'd come into the kitchen and interrupted my attack. Matt's in the military and worked on the base. Matt's my husband. At first, I was shocked that he hadn't taken her down yet. Instead, he was screaming at her and pacing in circles. She's frantically screaming back at him. When my hearing is regained, I couldn't help but notice that she knew Matt's name, and he'd also known hers. My attacker's name was SARA. SARA and Matt had been having an affair on base. SARA was a private first class under Matt. She'd come to my house that night believing I was the harlot in their relationship. Intent on sharing her pain of Matt's infidelities, SARA would follow my car home one day, figure out where I lived. That night, she took heavy bolt cutters and started to cut through the wires outside my house until she heard the electric surge and the lights went off. Her and Matt would argue until I got back to my feet. I was overwhelmed by emotions. I'd never been in a fight before that night. I'd never been hit like that. I could feel the blood running down the back of my shirt, and I couldn't control myself. I went after SARA, but Matt caught me before I could grab her. She then turned around and ran out the back door to wherever she'd come from. Cops would pick her up before noon the next day. I'd throw my wedding ring at Matt while sitting in the emergency room, waiting for stitches. He begged and apologized, but there was too much hurt inside and out to fix what we had. Every day I'll have to look at the scars that his unfaithfulness gave me. Soon after the date was set for Sarah's case, I was back to the courthouse to file for divorce from Matt. Both dates are still pending, but my lawyer says I don't have anything to worry about in either case. Update. If you've been with me through all of this, thank you for all of your support. I read your messages and they made me cry. Thank you. I hope this message finds you all well. When our kids were first born, my partner Aaron and I stopped camping altogether, which was something we loved to do as seasoned backpackers. Camping and backpacking specifically was how we met over 14 years ago. Well, once the kids got older, about 4 and 6, we decided to reintroduce camping into our lives. Of course, our style had to be adjusted a bit. We'd have to account for tiny humans with less stamina and climbing experience. Not to mention, we weren't exactly in our beach body phase. Instead of off the beaten path, we opted for something more family-oriented, KOA. Growing up, I'd been to a few KOAs, all of them nice from what I could remember. As a kid, I remember lots of other kids being there, a place to play games inside, outside, and had a very homey feel versus middle of nowhere. And that was going to be perfect for our first little trip as a family. This particular KOA was set out in eastern Washington, absolutely beautiful. We'd initially wanted to visit Leavenworth, but due to the size of our party and our lack of planning, we ended up in a spot that wasn't our first choice, but we felt pretty darn happy with the location. We managed to get a cabin close to the Yakima River, making the spot several degrees cooler than the cabins set away from the water. We'd brought our own portable fencing to help wrangle the kids in a general area, but upon arrival, we realized that there were plenty of obstacles and fences, even man-made barriers. Still, Aaron decided to set up the portable fence anyway, specifically around the cabin, blocking the stairs. The campground was truly nice. We had a good time socializing with other families, and our kids made friends with their kids. It was a good time. In retrospect, there was someone who rubbed us the wrong way, if you will. But in such a setting, it's easy to dismiss these things as a misunderstanding. A man, probably in his 20s. My partner and I were in our mid-30s at the time, and he looked clearly younger than us. He had a puppy. That wasn't the part that rubbed us the wrong way. It was when he brought the puppy over to our family area. He didn't walk up to the cabin or anything, but he seemed to hang around it. Naturally, when my partner approached him, my kids flew over there to see the puppy. They know better than to touch without asking, so they asked if they could pet the doggy. And instead of just saying yes, he said, "Yes, but you have to tell the puppy your name." Seems innocent enough. The kids tell the puppy their name, pet the puppy, and eventually he moves on. He didn't exactly acknowledge us adults, but he didn't linger too long, so I wish I could say my mother's intuition kicked in early, but it didn't. After a day of playing in the sun, I was ready to crash. After sharing some burgers with a family camping near us, I went to the cabin and passed out right after sunset. The next time I opened my eyes, it was full dark outside. My little ones were squeezed between the two of us on a suddenly uncomfortable queen mattress. We'd set the kids up at their own bed in the living room area, but clearly my partner had a change of plans or lost the nighttime battle. I wasn't sure if it was from passing out early or being in a now claustrophobic bed, but something woke me up. I laid there debating if I was going to go steal the kids' bed or just try to fall back asleep. And I heard something. It was both familiar, yet I knew I shouldn't be hearing it. The gate. That portable metal gate my partner insisted on putting up was being moved carefully. The thing is, with that thing, it's impossible to be silent. It became clear to me before I even got out of bed. Someone had essentially breached the makeshift barrier to the cabin. The next step was the front door, which I had no idea if it was locked or not. Quietly, I inch out of bed, sliding onto the floor. Now I have a view of the front door, not good enough to see if it's locked. It's so dark. I grab my cell phone just in case. As I do, the door handle makes the classic jiggle sound one makes when attempting to open a locked door. This caused my palms to get sweaty. My hearing is going weird. I'm officially freaking out, but I stay still. From the bedroom doorway, I can see the whole main living room area. To my left, I saw the silhouette outline of a man peering through the side window. They couldn't see me, but seeing him was all I needed to wake my partner. I crawled back towards the bed, shook Aaron, and thank goodness this room only had one small window in the bathroom, so I knew no one could see us. Aaron wakes up and without hesitation walks into the living room area, where the guy is still peering in. Instead of opening the front door and confronting this person, Aaron walks right up to the window. Now, apparently this person can see inside because I watch the silhouette back away quickly. Now, Aaron's already got shoes on, making a beeline to the front door of the cabin, yelling back to me to call KOA security. Quickly, I find the number we'd saved when we arrived. I call and explain the situation. They just don't seem that concerned, but they do say they're going to send someone. I hear Aaron exchanging words outside, but I'm hesitant to approach the scene myself, so I stay inside and watch from the side window. Aaron has the guy completely face first on the ground. I'm impressed and scared. Then I realize Aaron's talking to me, telling me to turn the porch light on. Switch by the door, he's saying. I rush to get the light. Aaron's still calling for me, so I rush outside. I see the man on the ground is the man from earlier, the one with the puppy. Aaron is very sternly asking the man to tell him what the fuck he was doing looking through the windows. The man doesn't answer, but he's clutching his bag to his chest. Aaron is attempting to grab it from him while continuing to ask what the fuck he was doing. Then he's asking me if I called security. I tell him yes, but the man, he's still not saying a word. Security shows up, and the man starts piping up about how he lost his dog. He's just looking for it. He tells them he's sure it's around here because the kids were playing with it all day. This back and forth goes on for a while. I'll spare you the details mainly because I don't recall all the lies exchanged, and I was half in and half out checking on the kids every 2 seconds for whatever reason. The end result was he wasn't arrested, since there was no police and apparently no crime. He was also barely questioned by security. They seemed to have more questions for us. At a certain point, I told security I think that maybe we should call the authorities because the guy is lying about so much stuff. I tell them I think he was trying to break in, and they tell me, but he didn't, and there's no evidence to suggest a crime, which was incredibly frustrating. Aaron even asked the security officer to check the man's bag. He refused, saying the man had done nothing wrong. So after too much time, the guy is eventually let go from security. He has his camping pass and blah blah, but Aaron watches and then follows the man to ensure that he returns to where he came from, which happens to be nowhere near our own cabin. He watches the man open his truck and take out the puppy. The man turns, holding the puppy, and waves at Aaron with a disgusting smile. This sends Aaron into a frustrated rage. Helpless, he takes down the guy's license plate in his phone. He calls the local non-emergency line to report as what he described as a sicko. They also asked several questions to which Aaron answered, and by the end, they said there was nothing they could do at the time. No crime had been committed, as they put it, but they would take the information. Sleeping that night was out of the question, as needless to say, the whole thing left a shitty taste in our mouth. We both felt like there was nothing we could do except for leave, but we didn't want to wake the kids or do anything to scare them. Besides, we were awake now. No one was getting in. As we packed to leave in the morning, we were floored to see that the man hadn't left yet. He even had the gall to walk over to our area and tell us that he found his puppy, which naturally got the kids interested. And they wanted to see the puppy again, and naturally, we had to be terrible parents, saying no to the cute puppy. Aaron kindly asked the guy to leave. I'm sure some whispering was exchanged, but the guy walked away. Before leaving, and feeling rather helpless in the situation, we sort of made it our mission to warn those around us about the man. We filed an official complaint with the front office, not against them, but we wanted his information on file best we could. And if nothing else, I think those staff members personally heard what we were saying. We figured that they'd spend their shift on edge, which is what we wanted. This guy was just looking for an opportunity, preying on people in a place where they may let their guard down, maybe forget to lock a door, or be wary of a stranger before it's too late. For the record, we've stayed at KOAs since this experience. I really don't fault them for their part. This type of thing could happen anywhere, and honestly, their security might have saved us. Which is why now we make sure to travel with some security of our own, or only camp at places where we have the luxury of a locked door. I really hope that guy is locked up somewhere, but just be vigilant out there, because you really never know. I got a real lesson when it came to stealing. I used to stay at my Aunt Jenny's place once in a while to have a sleepover with my cousin Davy. My mom and Aunt Jenny weren't very good friends, but both my mom and Jenny, her sister, my aunt, got pregnant around the same time, so Davy and I had been best friends since birth, and we'd lived close to each other, all the way up until Jenny got a job further from town, didn't want to spend the money on gas to work and back every day. A few months into our 5th grade year, she pulled him out and enrolled him into another school in another district far from mine. Occasionally, my mom would take me out to Davy's and we'd spend the weekend playing Mario Kart 64 and battling Pokemon on our Game Boys. One weekend, it'd been a few months since our last sleepover, I was excited to bring the new Pokemon Stadium that I'd rented from Blockbusters. Aunt Jenny lived in a trailer park. The inside of her home was spotless, but the park itself was a dump. None of her surrounding neighbors shared her enthusiasm for cleanliness. She was a neat freak. Davy and I were made to feel like nuisances, so when we weren't in his room, we'd usually be outside wandering the streets. This weekend, when I'd met up with him, he wasn't interested in playing Pokemon Stadium. Instead, he wanted me to meet his new friend that recently moved into the park. I was disappointed, to say the least, but I was at least hoping Davy's new friend would have shared the same interest or an endearing quality to discover. I couldn't have been more wrong. His name was Carson. He was a poster child for stereotypical broken home, trailer trash, if you will, a shining star for everything backwards in our country. There was a giant Confederate flag hanging over one of the windows, being used as curtains in his living room, clearly visible from the outside front porch. When we knocked, he answered the door with a lit cigarette in his mouth. Carson, 11, maybe 12, but he looks like he's pushing 30. He's tall, with long, straggly blonde hair, wearing a dirty shirt and saggy jeans. The inside of his trailer is dark and dirty, but we don't stay there for long. Eventually, we decide to walk to the mini-mart for snacks. He continues to smoke as we stroll next to him, lighting one cigarette with the last before stomping it out. Carson and Davy talk and joke while I pedal a couple of feet behind, but Carson stops and says, "Look at that," pointing to the recycling bin outside of a trailer we were passing. Sticking out of it was a PlayStation 1 box. He then casually leads us to the back of the trailer. I'm thinking that we're taking a shortcut out of the park, but we stop again. Carson puts out his cigarette and quietly steps onto the back porch of the trailer. He cups his hands and peers inside the windows. Nobody's home. I suggest that we head towards the mini-mart, but Davy just stands there, watching Carson as he opens the screen door and begins to visually measure the doggy door by his legs. After kicking the flap a few times, Carson gets on his hands and knees and starts to shimmy his way into the small doggy door. I'd never been in trouble in my life. Witnessing this brazen move instantly piqued my anxiety meter. I whisper to Davy that we shouldn't be doing this, but Davy says Carson does this all the time. So I stand and watch as Carson pokes his head into the trailer through the little dog door flap. Once more, he leans out before putting his arms in a diving position and starts wiggling like a snake through the flap. When he gets both shoulders in, all we can see is his lower body outside of the door. Next, Davy and I hear a low growl from somewhere deep inside the trailer. Carson lets out a shriek as the growl turns into a vicious bark. Carson's legs start violently kicking, like he's trying to get back out. The sound of barking now becomes attack snarls. The shrieks change to sickening, desperate screams. We don't know what to do. A second loud burst of barks and growls add to the noise, and Davy says, "Holy shit, there's 2 of them in there." Neither of us move until we see Carson's flailing lower half start to get dragged inside the doggy door. That's when we both ran and grabbed his legs, trying to pull him out. Getting a steady grip on his legs was a struggle because of how much he was flipping around. It was like playing tug of war against these dogs for Carson. All the while he's screaming, and we can feel the wooden deck vibrate as these 2 huge animals bounce off the walls inside the trailer, continuing to maul his upper body. This must have lasted 45 seconds tops, but it felt like an hour had passed before we'd finally freed him from their grasp and pulled him fully out of the doggy door. The dogs let go of him. Davy and I fall backwards when the tension gives. I fall off the wooden porch steps and I land in the small backyard. From what I can see, Carson's a ripped up, bloody pulp, laying where we dropped him, and Davy's fall landed him up against the porch's wooden little fence. He's still on his feet, turning towards me and yelling to run as he tries to hop the wooden gate slats. I'm still trying to get my bearings as he starts dashing past me. Behind him is the biggest Rottweiler I've ever seen. It sprints past me and keeps chasing Davy. When I stand, I see the second Rottweiler, equally as big, and it's still attacking Carson. I was fearful the dog would redirect its attack at any moment. Before I panicked and ran, alerting the dog, a voice in my head told me to back away slowly. So, I keep my eyes on the dog. Every bite that it delivers is finished with a shake strong enough to lift Carson's body off the ground. When I got around to the front of the trailer, that's when I ran and started screaming for help. I didn't want to stop and bang on a trailer because I didn't know how far behind me those dogs could have been. Nobody opened up their door as I ran and screamed. I made it all the way back to Davy's place. When I got in, I frantically told Aunt Jenny what had happened. She called 911. Then she followed me as we ran back, retracing my steps to the trailer. Halfway there, we heard Davy hollering. We'd follow his voice to find him on top of a dumpster, kicking at a relentless Rottweiler, attempting to jump at him. Aunt Jenny's motherly instincts kicked in, and she grabs a metal windsock rod from a nearby trailer, then rushes the dog and whips it with a lightning-sounding crack. The dog yips and runs away. Davy starts crying and falls into his mother's arms. By the time we get to Carson, he's still on the porch, unresponsive. The second dog is gone. Jenny slides a planter in front of the doggy door and starts CPR on Carson. She tells me to go out front and flag down the ambulance. Davy's in too much of hysterics to be of any use, so he stays with Jenny as I run back through the trailer park to direct the ambulance where to go. Thankfully, Davy didn't get caught by his pursuers, so he didn't have to go to the hospital. My mom drove out and picked me up that night after hearing what happened. That's also about the time Davy and I grew apart. My mom didn't let me go over there anymore, and before social media, it was hard to stay in contact past phone calls. I did find out that Carson survived. He had to have reconstructive surgery and lost one of his hands from the attack. I can't imagine what actually took place inside while we were trying to pull him out. The terror he must have felt. I just can't imagine. My ex always had a very short fuse, while I'm more of a laid-back type of gal. I'm 28 now, but when I was 21, my boyfriend Jake and I were on our way to meet our weed dealer at a gas station on the other side of the city. He was at a friend's house and we didn't want to wait, so that was the best we could do. I had no clue what kind of area this place was in, and I didn't put any thought into it because it shouldn't have mattered. It was still daylight outside, and I was just going along for the ride. Over halfway there, Jake and I start arguing about some trivial thing that I can't even remember, and things were taken too far. Before I knew it, I was standing on the side of the road, watching my boyfriend's car speed away. Only when he was out of sight did I actually take a look at my surroundings and realize I might be in trouble. If I didn't want to walk along an extremely busy highway with barely a shoulder to stand on, I would have to walk down an embankment and into a frontage road which ran alongside a very unsavory neighborhood. After a big truck drove by a little too close for comfort, I walked down to the frontage road, hoping that Jake would turn around soon. I knew he'd come back for me. He always did. But I wasn't sure if it would be before or after he got the weed. Well, as it turns out, he opted for after. As I stood on the side of this frontage road, I looked down the street closest to me and saw the first house's door was covered in duct tape. There was hardly any of the door's actual surface left showing. It just felt like a bad sign, and maybe it was because the house next door had a group of 4 big men sitting on the porch, and they noticed me. One of them called for me to come over. Another asked if I needed a ride. I was terrified they would try to walk over, so I shouted, "No thanks," as I began moving away. After making it a few streets over, I looked back and didn't see them, but a white truck was coming, so I got over as far as I could to let it pass. Only it didn't pass. It stopped right next to me, and an older, toothless man began scolding me like I was a child. I looked pretty young, so he very likely thought that I was one. He spoke in a slurred but commanding tone. Whether he was drunk or just sounded that way due to a lack of teeth, I have no idea. He said it was too dangerous to walk around in that neighborhood and demanded I get into his truck. I didn't like that at all. Maybe he meant well, but in my experience, when a stranger uses fear and intimidation to scare you into action, when they won't let you think or respond, they have something bad in mind. I tried to say no thanks and walk away, but the man rode right alongside me and continued insisting I get in. That's when I looked back and saw those 4 men had followed me after all. They were standing together at the end of their street, just watching. I was in danger no matter what. If the toothless man drove off, the 4 men would be able to follow me. But if I got into that truck, there's no telling where I would end up. I knew that option was off the table no matter what. In a moment of sheer panic, I turned and darted back up the embankment towards the highway, the toothless man screaming at me all the while. Once I made it to the top, I looked back to see the white truck turning around. He went to the traffic light that would put him back on the same road as me. Meanwhile, those 4 men were now casually walking down the frontage road in my direction. I truly didn't know what to do. At that moment, it felt like the whole world was out to get me. I started walking towards the gas station while keeping as far away from the busy highway as possible, and occasionally checking on my would-be assailants. The group of men seemed like they were just following me for some kind of sick game, but they thought it was fun. They weren't in a hurry to catch up with me, but I wasn't willing to test my theory by letting them get too close. The man in the truck, on the other hand, was now on the highway, trying to weave through heavy traffic. I probably had less than a minute before he was right next to me again. That's when I saw Jake's car coming down the opposite side of the highway. And I did something incredibly impulsive and reckless. I ran straight into oncoming traffic and almost died crossing that busy highway. Horns were honked, brakes were slammed, and curses were screamed. But I miraculously made it to safety. The second I opened the car door, Jake was already screaming at me, and I just wasn't having it. For the first time in our relationship, I screamed right back. I told him the whole story of how he almost got me killed, and he said I was imagining it, and that if I'd gotten hit by a car, it would have been nobody's fault but my own. Fine. Granted, that part is debatable. I clearly shouldn't have taken that risk. I'm not saying I'm blameless. I'm saying that he's also partially at fault. After he took me home that night, I sent him a breakup text. I sure as hell wasn't going to do that while we were in the car. Last week, my grandmother died. It wasn't unexpected, but yeah, there was still all the usual stuff to deal with. I come from a big family and most of us live out of town, so that meant that everyone wanted to stay at Grandma's. Except, guess what? We're also poor. Granny's house is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. It's been converted into a 3-bedroom by giving up the dining room. Granny had 3 boys, and those boys had a bunch of kids who were all grown now with kids of their own, myself being one of them. Tons of people were at this house, and I was planning to be in town for 3 nights. There's no way I was going to stay there, even without my partner, who stayed home to feed the cats. The best solution seemed like an Airbnb, so I found one 10 minutes from Grandma's and booked it. A little context before I get to the next part. This is a small town. Everybody knows everybody. It's also a historically famous town, so they get lots of tourists there. Lastly, I've changed my last name since moving away, and very few people outside of my family know about it. I could have been anyone renting this place. Alright, so this house was in a neighborhood that I know very well. It's part of the reason I picked it. Several of my friends had lived on those streets, and I wanted to drive through just for nostalgia. I hadn't recognized the house's pictures because it had been painted since my time in high school. But once I actually got there, it started to seem very familiar. I just couldn't place why. I was late for dinner with my family and didn't have long to dwell on it until I returned later that night. I'd hoped to go straight to bed since I had to be up early, but I doubt I got more than a couple of hours. Every time I fell asleep, I'd wake up to the sound of something moving around in the walls. I'm plenty accustomed to sharing my houses with the local wildlife, but this sounded like a whole family of raccoons were in a territory war with some possums. I'm not a pleasant person when I'm sleepy. Around 3 a.m., I lost my temper, got out of bed, and began banging on the walls while screaming, "If you make one more sound, I swear to Christ I'll rip open this wall and drag you out by the tails." I was crying. My voice was cracking. I looked like a complete lunatic. It wasn't my proudest moment, but strangely enough, it worked. There wasn't another peep for the entire night. That should have been another clear red flag, but I was so tired, I didn't even question it. The next morning, I was so exhausted I didn't even shower. I just went back to Granny's and got to work. One of my cousins is the same age as me, and another is only 2 years younger. So the 3 of us were particularly close growing up. Jennifer's husband stayed behind with their toddler, and Jake enjoys being single too much to ever settle down, so they were also flying solo. We were all talking and cleaning out the hallway closet. They complained about sleeping on the couches and never being able to get into the bathroom, and I complained about the weird noises that kept me up half the night. One thing led to another, and we decided that they would stay with me for the last 2 nights. The house I rented had 2 bedrooms and bathrooms anyway. If I could take a little pressure off everyone staying at Granny's, why not? That night I pulled into the driveway, turned off the car, and just as I was opening my door, Jake started freaking out. He asked me if I was messing with him at least 10 times, and when he realized I was serious, he got mad. I hadn't seen him that angry since we were kids. Then he pulled out a gun from his bag. got my keys, and told us to wait in the car. We definitely should have listened, but we didn't. We followed him inside and straight to the master bedroom. He was so upset, I don't think he even noticed us. He didn't say a word until he got to the closet doors. Then he ripped them open and began yelling for Brandon to come out, or he was going to start shooting into the wall. Jennifer and I were shocked into silence at this point, but then we heard footsteps. They started directly behind the bed and continued around to the closet, where a greasy, disgusting man suddenly appeared from behind a hidden door. I recognized him instantly. He was the creepy kid we went to school with, and we were in his mother's old house. She passed away several years ago, and it was left to Brandon. He had never had much success with women, so he decided to try his luck with Airbnb. Apparently, he only rented to young women traveling alone. Anyone else was turned away. There were also hidden cameras all over the place, including the bathroom. Thank goodness I didn't shower. Brandon was so proud of his setup that he bragged about it to a few friends, and small-town life being what it is, Jake had heard about what that weird kid had ended up doing, but it didn't occur to him to report it until it affected someone he knew. Obviously, things could have been handled better, but I'm just glad no one else will fall victim to this guy. The property's banned from Airbnb, and we were able to provide the police with enough evidence to get a search warrant for his computers. The worst thing he caught me doing on camera was changing clothes and threatening to tear open the walls during my 3 a.m. freakout. But that's all been deleted now. Well, except for what the police needed to keep as evidence. I don't expect Brandon will serve any time over this, but I hope he's had enough trouble that it'll make him think twice before he tries anything like this again. The whole town knows about it too, so he can't fly invisibly under the radar anymore either. Overall, it could have been much worse. So I'm just thankful for bringing Jake and Jennifer back with me that night, even if it did mean sharing Granny's house for the remainder of our stay. When I was about 5 and my sister was about 3, we were staying at a Motel 6 that had an outdoor pool. My sister and I were playing in it with our mom. My dad was and still is a preacher, and he was busy at one of the tables outside working on a sermon. A man at the pool noticed the Bible and used it as an opportunity to ask my dad for counsel. My dad said that he would be happy to sit and talk with him. Not too long before that, my mom was getting my sister and I out of the pool and was going to take us up to the room to get us bathed and cleaned up for dinner. The man was like, "Well, I'm not comfortable talking out here. Let's go to your room." My dad said, "Sorry, but no, that's not an option." The guy was like, "You're a pastor. It's your responsibility to make me feel at ease so that I can do some real healing." My dad said again, "Not possible, but I can meet you at the cafe, buy you a cup of coffee. We can have a good talk." The man started getting frustrated and pushy, saying that the only way he was comfortable talking was in my dad's room. My dad said, "Sorry, good luck to you. It's not going to happen." Eventually, the guy gave up and left. But my dad said that he was pretty sure that the man was trying to get into our room to do bad things to our family. We ended up leaving shortly after that.